Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we are talking about June. What a mix, what a month. June 2026, the astrology of June. And before I dive into the most important dates of this upcoming month, I want to start off by saying that there are timestamps. There are timestamps in the pinned comment, in the description box. And you can jump straight to your sign if you want to. You can listen to the update for your sign. I actually recommend listening to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, which is the actual degree of your rising sign. Because these general horoscopes that I do here on YouTube are created with the rising sign in mind. And if you don't know what your rising sign is, you can just input your date, time, and place of birth into one of the online natal chart generators, such as astro.com or astro-seek.com. These are two of my favorites. They are amongst the OGs, and they will generate your natal chart for free, and you will see what your ascendant is, and also what where all of your natal planets are in the natal chart. But especially for the purpose of this forecast, find out what your rising sign is. If you don't know what your rising sign is, then of course you can listen to the update for your sun sign. So with that, saying that, let us come back to June, the astrology of June. I did say that it's a mix, and it is a mix of energies, because we've got a lot of Cancer energy kind of unfolding in the sky, but we also have this kind of change of the guard between planets moving from Cancer into Leo. Venus is going into Leo this month. Jupiter is going into Leo this month. We're gonna get to that, and there's also quite a bit of action in Gemini. So we are chatty. We are kind of thinking about the past and about our family and about our roots, and we also want to have a lot of fun. And Mercury retrograde is coming in to throw us off at the end of the month. But I'm going to start off in chronological order before someone gets upset in the comments and says, hey, Rux, just take us through the dates. We want to know the most important dates. So 1st of June, Mercury goes into Cancer. Ruler of the mind, of reason, of communication, of the logical mind. It goes into a water sign, so we're going to talk a lot about our feelings. We're going to think about our feelings. We're going to think about the past. We may kind of talk to ourselves. We may sort of think a lot and have conversations in our heads. I don't know if that happens to you. It happens to me all the time. I mean, I think it happens to all of us, maybe consciously or subconsciously. Now, what is so special about this transit, you might be thinking? What is so special is that Mercury will be going retrograde in Cancer 29th of June until the 23rd of July. The post-retrograde shadow period actually ends second week of August. So whatever it is that's on your mind this month, it's going to be on your mind also in July. And maybe even beginning of August. And it feels like there's a lot kind of coming out of our sort of inner world and our subconscious, and it wants to be verbalized, it wants to be shared, it wants to be expressed, especially throughout the retrograde. Now, I'm going to give you some standard advice during the retrograde of Mercury. I mean, make sure that whatever it is that you sign, if you don't have to sign anything throughout that period, I would be super happy for you. Any paperwork, if you do have to sign anything, you could either postpone it, or you could go through it with a fine-tooth comb, or you could give yourselves reserve the right to change your minds, or to edit the papers, the documents, to tweak them, to update them after the retrograde is over. You might also you might have some weird feelings. Maybe weird is not the best word, but there may be lots of feelings and emotions and unexpressed feelings and emotions sort of messing with your line of thought and kind of creating mental confusion and getting you to not fully assess in the proper kind of fully rational kind of objective way certain situations throughout this retrograde. So do keep that at the back of your minds. Mercury goes into Cancer 1st of June. 2nd of June, the Sun sextile Saturn. I really like this day. Work is getting done. We're collaborating really well with other people. We're agreeing about the new direction in which things are kind of going to evolve from a practical perspective. Mercury will square Neptune on the 4th of June, and on the 10th of June, it's going to square Saturn. Both of these in Aries. So it feels like there is some challenges in communication, both around the 4th of June, day before, day after, and also 10th of June, day before, day after. There are some challenges in communication around how to move things forward, how to move things along, how to begin things, how to build things. And if you need to do any work connected with stats, numbers around the 4th of June, maybe also day before, day after, concentration is not at an all-time high, and there can be mistakes that mess up with your work. 10th of June just feels like the mind is very the mind is tired, and it maybe doesn't want to do something, but sometimes we have to do what we have to do. We have to file our taxes, we have to go through our expenses, we have to have that hard conversation, and that may be the theme around the 10th of June. 9th of June, probably one of the best days of the year. I said it. Get excited, folks. Get excited, especially if if you have planets in water signs. So, or important angles or points in the natal chart, such as the ascendant or the north node or the part of fortune, around 25 degrees of water signs. Venus will come together with Jupiter, two benefics coming together. This is pretty awesome. This is superb. This is fantastic. This is a blessing. I repeat, especially for those of you with water placements around 25 degrees, maybe 24 to 26 degrees, but also those with planets or angles or important points around 25 degrees of Taurus, Virgo. You might benefit a great deal from this as well. I will say, from this Venus-Jupiter conjunction. So Venus and Jupiter coming together bring a big blessing that makes us feel very lucky, especially from an emotional perspective. That brings emotional relief. That makes us feel like we belong, like someone's looking out for us. There can be big gifts, there can be an expansion of pleasure, an expansion of kind of enjoyable, happy, fulfilling relationships with people that are either they are family members or they make us feel like family. This can be particularly auspicious, this conjunction, when it comes to property matters, when it comes to home-related matters, I repeat, family matters in general. And it can also feel really, really lovely in terms of our connections with roots and the past and land and our home country. So this is going to manifest differently for every zodiac sign based off of what your chart looks like. I am covering it in the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Give yourselves permission to receive, and also to give out of your heart, to give because you feel like it, and to really kind of trust your feelings and your intuition and your gut in terms of what feels best at this point in time. I would go with that. There's probably going to be lots of happy tears around this time, celebrations. Is it a good day for like love, marriage, celebrating things with family, asking someone to marry you, dating someone? Yes, all of that. Venus goes into Leo 13th of June. I am very excited for this because our expression of love and the ways in which we seek kind of enjoyment and pleasure, they're going to be more kind of like outwards orientated, and they're going to be more orientated towards creative activities and generally just kind of like fun that is taking you outside of your cocoon. So the kind of shift between the Cancerian energy to the Leo energy is always very, very obvious. Also, love and pleasure gets very kind of like loud and more dramatic and demands attention. We've got a new one in Gemini, 15th of June. So a fresh start ruled by Mercury and Cancer. So important conversations around home, family, feelings, and around what feels good. Also new ideas on these fronts. Venus trines Neptune 17th of June. This is lovely for all creative activities and also all fun activities involving kind of physical movement, action, dancing, things like that, or play. So playing tennis, like I always give this example, kind of playing something that involves physical movement. But also on the 17th of June, Venus opposes Pluto. Some relationships will be transformed forever. And I would not be surprised if some friendships would be completely reset and maybe there might not be any going back to the way things were. Chiron goes into Taurus. Chiron changing signs is a very big deal. 19th of June until the 18th of September. Chiron actually takes 50 years to go around the zodiac. This is obviously going to feel different for every chart based off of where you have Taurus in your natal chart. We all have all 12 zodiac signs in our natal chart, but essentially there's kind of something that's no longer working that feels like a little bit of a wound that feels like, oh, I got to do something about it. The conventional paths no longer fulfill my needs. There may be something that starts kind of like irritating us when it comes to money, financial situation, financial security, but also the physical body, food potentially. So yeah, I'm as I said, going into all of these for each of the 12 zodiac signs. But basically it feels like there's a new kind of source of suffering coming to our attention. Maybe it's not our suffering, maybe it's connected with an important person in our lives, but something is coming up. Cancer season begins 21st of June, so the sun moves into Cancer. And 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn in Aries. Fantastic day. Also the day before and the day after to sign contracts, to reach deals, agreements, to work together with someone else, to maybe bring a creative idea into the 3D material manifestation, to schedule work-related interviews, to kind of present to the world something that you've been working on and maybe that you felt very self-conscious about. Maybe you're like, oh, I don't want to go on stage and present this report, but it actually seems to turn out very, very well. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini until the 11th of August. Oh boy. So Mars is changing signs from Taurus into Gemini. And whilst there's a part of me that's quite, I mean, excited. Should I be excited? I don't know if I should be excited. Maybe I'm just deluded. Essentially, traditional doctrine says that Mars feels better in masculine signs. And when I say masculine, I'm not referring to gender. I'm referring to sort of like fire and air are considered to be masculine signs and water and earth are feminine signs in astrology. So Mars feels better, but apparently it is more constructive. It does better in feminine signs because it's hot. Temperament, Mars, is kind of dialed down a little bit in earth and water. But hey, Mars goes into Gemini. It goes into an air sign. So it's probably going to want to take a lot of action and it may even do damage. I'm saying that, and I'm like, oh God, it's probably going to do damage through what it says. Because Mars can be quite the destructive energy, just as an FYI, it can burn things to the ground. It might burn things that are not supposed to be burnt. It might say things that are not supposed to be said, especially as Mercury goes retrograde on the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So that covers a big chunk of the Mars in Gemini transit. So essentially, Mars in Gemini is going to want to take action and say things and have conversations and come up with ideas that are probably not going to work that well as people expect them to, and that may need to be undone once the Mercury retrograde is over. So all of that to say, be careful what you say, be careful what sort of action you take, be careful what ideas you put into practice, be careful what words you use, especially throughout the first chunk of the Mars in Gemini transit, pretty much from the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. Now Mars is still going to be there until the 11th of August, just as an FYI. Mars may mess up with our communication, with our devices, with the Wi-Fi, with technology. So yeah, I am not excited about Mars in Gemini on social media because a lot of words will be thrown out there, lots of verbal attacks that do quite the damage. So the only thing that I can recommend is don't be one of those people. Like, don't be a keyboard warrior if you can help it. We've got a full moon in Capricorn, 29th of June. It is a little bit of a tense one. It's a serious one. It's a tense one. There's restrictions. There's limitations. Something is coming together, but it feels very limiting. It feels like a compromise. It feels like not everyone's happy, and it feels like the whole thing may need to be revisited further down the line. It's also a time of like lots of work that people don't want to do. They maybe want to be on holiday. Maybe they want to enjoy their summer, and alas, work does need to happen. The transit that I'm the most excited for, it starts off in June though, is, before I go into that, shameless plug. If you're here for the very first time, I'm a full-time consulting astrologer, so if you want to work with me one-to-one, you can do that via my website. You can book a personal astrological consultation with me via my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. It is in the pinned comments and in the description box. And if you are indeed a new client, the option to go for, regardless of the questions that you've got, the topics that you're looking for us to cover, the option that you are meant to go for is the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation. When is it a good time to consult an astrologer? You might be thinking, if you have questions such as, what is my purpose? Where should I channel my energy? What do I need to be aware of in my relationships, in my career, in my financial sector? How can I make the most of my relationship sector? How can I improve my relationships with other people? How can I fulfill my potential from a career perspective? What are my karmic lessons? What is the meaning of these experiences and patterns that are popping up in my life? What are my soul lessons? All of these and more are the types of questions that we can cover together in a one-to-one personal reading. Now, if you're interested in a more timing focused reading, I also do that with my clients. So if you're looking to make the most of the year ahead, if you're thinking, where can I channel my energy? What are some of the challenges / opportunities that I need to be aware of? What can I expect from the year ahead? And by the way, the forecasts that I do for my clients in personal readings, they are much more in depth and much more I will say accurate, because they are personalized based off of your natal chart. So we work with the entire natal chart, not just with your rising sign or with your sun sign like we do in these general horoscopes. So we look at all your planetary placements, and I use a variety and a combination of techniques, not just transits. I use annual perfections, I use progressions, I use solar arc directions, I use the Firdaria, I use solar returns, plus transits to assess and evaluate and make recommendations for the year ahead, and to help you prepare, and I repeat, make the most of the cosmic weather. So you know where to find me, written in the stars-astrology.com. Look at the pinned comments and at the description box. And if you are in a crunch, if you are looking to get answers fast, if you're dealing with a time-sensitive situation, there's also an emergency reading option. If you do not mind waiting, generally the waiting time is between a few weeks to a month, sometimes a month and a half, from the moment when you book the reading, the session, until the moment when we meet on Zoom video call. And by the way, my client consultations are recorded unless you ask me not to record them. Most clients prefer them to be recorded so that I can send you the recording and you can re-listen, re-watch, take notes, and process everything. So let's go back to the transit that I'm the most excited about this month. Jupiter going into Leo. Jupiter is changing signs. The Great Benefic is changing signs. Now, the last time when this happened was between July 2014 until August of 2015. So have a think about how your life evolved throughout that period. Why am I so excited about this transit? Because I'm going to go through my Jupiter return. So we all experience once every 12 years a Jupiter return, which is a new cycle of opportunity coming into our lives. It brings, Jupiter is the Great Benefic, let's face it. It brings opportunity, it brings expansion, it brings new adventures, I will say. It does take us out of our comfort zone, so we might become a little bit disenchanted with what is. We're looking for, I repeat, a new adventure. The last time when I went through my Jupiter return, I basically changed my entire life. So my whole life changed. I moved countries. I never thought I would do that. It was never my intention. I changed careers. I entered into the relationship with my now husband. We were not married at the time. I started making more money. Basically, everything changed. So, Jupiter helps you grow. It brings good luck. It brings protection. It brings relief. It brings help. It is the yes planet. It's the planet that says, yeah, you want to do that? Yeah, go do that. But you also have to work with it. So Jupiter having transited Cancer might have brought things to you. Jupiter moving into Leo, which is a fire sign, a masculine sign, which is, again, it's got nothing to do with like people's genders. It's just energetically speaking, wants you to go after stuff. So that's kind of like the shift. Jupiter in Leo can bring also generally lots of opportunities to express ourselves creatively, to shine, to stand out, to kind of expand our like aura, our charisma, so to speak. I did cover this transit along with all the other big transits happening this year in 2026 in the 2026 All Signs General Horoscope webinar that I did with Anastasia at the end of 2025. That is available to purchase as a recording on my website as a replay, so you can also look into that if you're interested. And of course, I am covering the most important bits for all 12 zodiac signs in this June horoscope as well. So now we're going into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Please listen to the update for your rising sign. If you don't know it, listen to the update for your sun sign. Let's do this. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. June of 2026. What does it have in store for you, my lovely Aries? Well, I can tell you this. There is a lot, and I mean a lot going on in your private life, your family life, your sort of like personal life sector. We've got a bunch of planets coming together in your fourth house, and I am looking especially at Aries risings here. So the month actually kicks off with Mercury going into Cancer in your fourth house. Jupiter is already there. Venus is already there. The Sun will go into Cancer on the 21st of June. So lots going on around the house, the home, the family, and so on. So let's kick it all off with Mercury going into Cancer. This happens on the 1st of June, and Mercury will spend some time in this part of your chart. So there's lots of conversations that need to happen when it comes to home life, family life, living situation. You may need to talk to family members. I will say Mercury is also going retrograde in the same part of your chart. It won't be until the end of June though. So on the 29th of June, all the way until the 23rd of July, Mercury will go retrograde here. And the post-retrograde shadow period actually ends second week of August. So you might be thinking, come the end of June, hey, things are resolved at home, we are in agreement, everyone is on the same page. And then the retrograde begins, and you might need to go over things. You might need to open up some old conversations. There may be some challenges, some misunderstandings, challenges around getting on the same page with everyone, especially parents, people that you live with, family members, and such. If you are dealing with paperwork connected with property, home, land, family, my recommendation would be to sort things out before the 29th of June, if possible, because of course, Mercury goes retrograde and afterwards it may cause some delays. If you do have to go into the retrograde period with regards to documents, contracts getting signed, let's say you're buying things for the house, let's say you are paying your taxes or you're selling a property or something along those lines. So if you are going into the retrograde, keep in mind that it may take until the beginning of August, until the second week of August, for things to be fully resolved. There is a chance, especially during the retrograde, that some things might malfunction around the house, especially mercurial things. Alas. I'm looking at the Wi-Fi. I'm looking at, I don't know, maybe all sorts of gadgets that you've got around the house. So do keep that in mind if you need to make any purchases, mercurial purchases, especially for the home. So I don't know, maybe like a new computer, a new TV, something along those lines. Please keep the receipt if you're getting this during Mercury retrograde so that you can return it if anything happens. Or if it malfunctions, at least you've got the receipt, maybe you've got the warranty still, and you don't have to pay for things to get repaired, okay? Now, Mercury is also the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work. So what does that tell me? It's telling me that there may be a lot of work that needs to get done around the house throughout the whole of June. So maybe you need to do some cleaning. Maybe you need to do some decluttering. Maybe, lots of work, lots of maintenance around the house. And again, come to the end of June, you might be thinking, I'm done with all of this. I've decluttered. I've rearranged things around the house. I've fixed whatever wasn't working properly. And then the retrograde comes in and it's got maybe a little bit of extra work for you. Now, during the retrograde, which is going to be end of June, 29th of June until the end of July, until the last week of July, I would actually recommend maybe dealing with some maintenance matters connected with your home, your property, your living situation that you have been postponing. So if you've been postponing, I don't know, replacing something that has been broken for a long time, then the retrograde can very much be used in your favor, let's say. Last but not least, it looks like you've got a lot of sensitive topics to bring up to your family members this month, my dear Aries. There is a possibility that they might misunderstand you during the retrograde. Now, even before the retrograde actually begins, there are some challenging aspects that Mercury is making. So on the 4th of June, maybe also day before and day after, you're going to feel this energy. Mercury will be squaring Neptune. So communication with family members, communication with maybe housemates, roommates is very confusing. It doesn't make that much sense. They might say something that you take personally, but it was not intended to hurt you, to insult you. So if they do say something, if anyone from the family says something that hurts you, maybe just clarify, because I think that was not their intention, and there is a chance that they may have used the wrong wording, so to speak. Also, a little bit later, on the 10th of June, Mercury will be squaring Saturn in Aries, and you might feel this energy day before, day after. To me, it looks like you might need to say no to someone. And it is probably someone that you live with, or someone that is a family member, or maybe someone that is supposed to deliver some work for you when it comes to the house, the home. Maybe you've hired someone to do some repairs and they might have some requests and you're saying, no, this is not going to work for me. This is not something that I am willing to give in to. Now, you can say no. It is your prerogative. You can reject, refuse. You can enforce your boundaries. But I do believe it is also useful to keep at the back of your mind that the words that you use, the manner in which you deliver your message, can be tweaked a little bit. So it doesn't have to be as tough or maybe as cold as you may want to kind of utilize so the tone doesn't have to be as cold as the one that you might want to utilize to begin with. So it's okay to say no, but you don't have to hurt people's feelings in the process. Speaking of people's feelings, both around the 4th, the day before, day after, as well as around the 9th, the day before, 10th of June actually, day before, day after, people might be talking about their feelings a lot, and you can only listen to so much. You've only got bandwidth for so much. And I repeat, it's okay to tell them, hey, I've got my own stuff that I'm dealing with. I've got my own things going on, and I cannot necessarily have this conversation now. I'm not pushing you away, but I've got other priorities. So, like I said, Mercury is quite active this month, my dear Aries. By the way, there is a possibility that you may be a little bit concerned during the retrograde 29th of June until the end of July. You may be a little bit concerned about a family member's health situation or work situation. And it might take until August actually for things to get resolved. So for you to kind of breathe easily and say, okay, I don't have to worry about, I don't know, my mom or whoever it may be. She's good, she's doing well, she's gone to the doctors, etc. Now, 2nd of June, the Sun will sextile Saturn. A really productive day when it comes to communication, when it comes to speaking, writing, making presentations. If you've got a road trip that you need to embark upon, if you need to drive anywhere, this is a very, very good day to do so. And it feels like it's a day when you're becoming a lot more confident in the path that you're on and the path that you've been on, the path of growth, the path of self-development as of February. So I like that. Now, 9th of June, but also day before, day after. I know I mentioned Mercury kind of not necessarily being in the most comfortable position, but we do have on the 9th of June, and I repeat, you may feel the energy day before, day after, probably I will say one of the most beautiful planetary connections of the year, of the summer. What's happening? So we've got two benefics coming together, essentially. We've got Venus conjuncting Jupiter in Cancer in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation, property, real estate. Venus is the ruler of your house of relationships. It's also the ruler of your house of income. I'm speaking to Aries risings in particular. Jupiter is the ruler of your 9th house of foreign lands, foreign countries, legal matters, academia, traveling, and it's also the ruler of your 12th house, which can have a little bit of a sneaky aspect and uncomfortable aspect to it. But overall, two benefics coming together are a big blessing. So what's happening? There may be a tremendous amount of hope and joy and fulfillment and excitement and enthusiasm that you're feeling in regards to a family matter, in regards to a home-related matter, a property-related matter, but maybe also a relationship matter. Now, some of you could be moving in with your partner, some of you could be hearing news of pregnancy, some of you could be getting engaged, I would not be surprised, some of you could be on the brink of making a big purchase, buying property, for example, with a significant other, with a partner. Maybe you are meeting your partner's family. Maybe the family is growing, they're expanding. It could be via whoever it is that you bring in, but it could also be that, I don't know, you've got a sister or you've got another family member who's getting married, who's getting engaged. So there is this sense of good luck and blessings and joy and protection and things going your way when it comes to your personal life. Is this a good time to buy property? Is this a good time to get engaged? Is this a good time to move in with a significant other? Is this a good time to bestow gifts upon your loved ones? Is this a good time to share your feelings with loved ones, with your family members, to share how much you love them? By the way, this is a fabulous time for all of these topics, but also for the improvement of relationships with family members. So it's kind of a lucky, blessed, powerful moment. Use it. That would be my recommendation. If you want to host people in your home, if you want to throw a big party, if you want to make a big announcement to the family, this is your time to do so. Now, on the 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo, and she's going to be here in Leo, in your 5th house of joy, fun, entertainment, children, parties, passions, hobbies. until the 9th of July. Venus loves being in your 5th house. My dear Aries, it's a great time to have fun. It's a great time to go to parties. It's a great transit to maybe host parties. It is a great transit for those of you who are looking to date, who are looking to maybe welcome a romantic partner into their lives if there is no one in particular that you've already got your eyes set on. Relationships with both romantic partners, existing or new ones, as well as relationships with children are likely to see a significant improvement. And also, you're probably very inclined to spend some of your hard-earned cash, some of your resources on fun matters, on enjoyment, parties, things like that. 15th of June, we've got a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful new moon in your 3rd house, ruled by Mercury and a sextile to Mars. By the way, this whole month, until the 28th of June, Mars is still transiting your 2nd house of income. So you are spending money like no one's business, Aries, but I think you're happy. I think you're happy with where your money's headed. You might also be spending money on yourselves, on your body, on your health, your wellness, your well-being, on the things that are kind of valuable to you, Aries. So the new moon on the 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, is most likely a fresh start when it comes to you learning something new. Maybe you are starting to develop a new skill when it comes to home, property, land. So maybe you're getting into gardening. Maybe you're getting into, I don't know, like planting your own vegetables and growing your own vegetables. There is a possibility that relationship with a family member is going through a reset. It's an auspicious reset. So the conversation, the communication is probably going to go a lot smoother from now on. I would also not be surprised if this new moon brought in a fresh start, a fresh chapter for maybe a sibling or a cousin. They might have news for you. They might say, hey, I'm moving in with my partner, or I'm going to be traveling for the next 6 months. But you seem to be supportive overall. Mercury is also co-present with Jupiter. So I like this. Mercury is the ruler of this new moon. So generally there's this sense of people getting along well, conversations flowing quite smoothly, whatever it is that you're maybe getting into, learning, reading, studying about, it feels very aligned with your beliefs. So I'm liking this. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. I mean, this is a day for great fun. You might also feel this energy the day before, the day after, but so it's a day of great fun. You might have a lot of fun, especially if you're doing anything physically active. Great day for dating. Great day to go out, let your hair down, dance, all of that jazz. But 17th of June is also when Venus is opposing Pluto. So the relationship with a friend is probably going through a major reset. I would not be surprised if you also maybe heard from a friend saying, God, I'm going through a massive breakup. So they seem to be going through something intense and quite challenging maybe on the relationship front. Now, if you pursue anyone from a relationship perspective that you're very attracted to, Aries, but you're thinking, oh my God, people are going to be so judgmental if I go after this person, romantically speaking, I can tell you that they probably will. I can tell you that. And you might be in the right to keep things a little bit on the down low to begin with. I also would not be surprised if you have kids. You may find that they have hidden something from you. Now, initially, you're probably going to get very upset, but I believe this is a good opportunity to kind of show them that you're on their side and that you're going to support them no matter what. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus until the 18th of September. Chiron has been in Aries for quite some time. So you're getting a breather in terms of feeling a little bit like the outsider, feeling like things are not necessarily working for you in the way that they are working for other people. But I will say, with Chiron going into your 2nd house of self-worth until the 18th of September, you might become acutely aware of where you're lacking or where you're falling behind or where you need to put extra work into developing your skills so that your self-worth doesn't get a hit. Sun goes into Cancer 21st of June. So again, it's going to illuminate your home sector, family sector, property sector, and personal life for the next month. And 25th of June, a fabulous day. Venus trines Saturn. I feel like whatever it is that you're working on is functioning really well, really nicely on the career front, on the professional front, on the personal goals front. You may feel like you deserve a little bit of time off, a little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment. And I do believe it's a great time to kind of reward yourselves, Aries, because you've been working so hard. Relationships are becoming stronger with romantic partners, with children, with friends. They might be kind of entering a new stage where you understand each other a lot better. This is a time of additional commitment that you're making to someone. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini until the 11th of August. Now, this is important because Mars is your chart ruler. So all the way until the 11th of August, with Mars being in Gemini, you're going to put a lot of energy into reading, writing, exams, short distance traveling, communication, reaching out to people, networking. There might also be a lot of trips, short trips that you need to take. I do have to give you a little bit of a heads up. Mars will be conjuncting Uranus on the 4th of July, so a little bit later. Please, whilst Mars is transiting Gemini, so that would be from the 28th of June until the 11th of August. Please, please, please be very careful, especially careful when it comes to driving, when it comes to crossing the street, when it comes to interacting with any mode of transportation. And in particular, I would be extra cautious around the 4th of July, a few days before, a few days after. Don't speed, don't rush, kind of look both ways when you're crossing the street. We've got a difficult full moon happening on the 29th of June. I'm going to say it, as much as I like the new moon mid-June, I'm not a big fan of the full moon on the 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. The reason being, it is a full moon in Capricorn and it is squaring Neptune and Saturn in your first house. Now, what is that telling me? It's telling me that this is a difficult moment from a professional perspective, from a personal reputation perspective, from a status perspective. So it feels like something is coming together, but it is coming together in a manner that feels quite restrictive, quite painful, filled with maybe duties and responsibilities. So I'm going to give you an example. There is a chance maybe something is coming together work-wise. So your company is winning a big sort of like a deal, contract, they're bringing a major new client in. And on the surface, that may feel like a great thing, but in reality, it means that you're going to be swamped with work. I would not be surprised also if some people handed in their resignation around this time, if you decided to leave a company, if you decided to say goodbye to a manager, if a manager or a leader was leaving. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty, and you're probably feeling alone in handling the difficult aspects that are coming with this announcement. Now, saying that, 30th of June, I've got good news for you. Aries, Jupiter, the great benefic, is moving into your 5th house in Leo. So for the next year, all the way until July of 2027, you can expect an expansion of the following in your life. And major opportunities and good luck and protection and relief when it comes to one or several of the following. Romance, first and foremost. Dun, 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 dun. Who doesn't want more love in their life? Fun. Who doesn't want more fun in their lives? Children. So Jupiter is very strongly associated with pregnancy, by the way. So with Jupiter transiting the 5th house, if you're looking to get pregnant, it may give you some extra help. There's also a chance that if you have kids, they're doing really well, they're growing up, you're very proud to see them grow and evolve, and there's this sense of kind of the world being their oyster. Creative self-expression is getting a massive boost. I would not be surprised if you were in a big kind of inspirational mode when it comes to creative self-expression for the next year, my lovely Aries. This is your time to create. This is your time to shine. This is your time to go into the spotlight. This is your time to really ramp up your creative projects. Maybe also to discover new passions, new hobbies, and to sort of prioritize whatever makes you feel happy and excited and alive. Jupiter will make some tense aspects over the next few months. First in July with Pluto, and then in November with Mars and the South Node, but we're going to leave that for a little bit later. That is Aries. Now let us move on to my dear Taurus. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My lovely Taurians, what is going on in June in the sky? Well, I will tell you. Loads is happening in your third house, and I'm especially looking at Taurus risings. The third house being the house of communication, siblings, neighbors, local community, cars, short distance travel, education that is very kind of focused on practical applications. We're not talking here about academia necessarily. You're probably going to be on the road a lot. You're probably going to be on the phone a lot this month. You're probably going to have some car stuff to deal with or some transportation issues to deal with, Taurians. But I also believe you're making fantastic progress and you're seeing some really beautiful things come together when it comes to your communication skills, when it comes to writing anything, when it comes to presenting anything to a wider audience. So there's a mix of things happening this month when it comes to your third house. Now, I'm going to start off with the 1st of June. Mercury goes into Cancer in your third house, and it's going to stay there for quite some time. Throughout the whole of June, throughout July also, because Mercury will go retrograde in this part of your chart on the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. Now, initially, once Mercury goes into Cancer in your third house, Mercury is the ruler of your house of income and your fifth house of children and love and creative self-expression. So I feel like you're going to be talking a lot about money this month. You're going to be thinking a lot about money. You might be directing some money towards your education, towards your car, towards your preferred mode of transportation. You might also be directing some money towards the education of children, towards maybe developing your creative skills. So I would not be surprised if you embarked upon some sort of a course, if you joined, I don't know, like a class, to do a workshop, to further your creative writing skills. I do have to tell you though, Mercury is not just going retrograde at the end of the month, which we're going to talk about. It will also make some tense aspects very quickly after it goes into Cancer. So immediately on the 4th of June, active day before day after, Mercury will square Neptune. What's going on here? So this is a day of major kind of misunderstandings. You may experience confusion around financial matters, around getting paid, around something that may be is brought up by your kid, if you have kids, or a topic that is brought up by a romantic partner. I don't think you like what you're hearing from any of these people, so it's not just a confusing day. It's also a day of feeling a bit disappointed and disillusioned with what people are sharing in terms of messages. This could also be a very disappointing day in terms of conversations with siblings, cousins, neighbors, colleagues. I repeat, you don't like what they have to say. And it is sort of taking you by surprise as well. You did not see this coming. Now, if you are traveling, both around the 4th of June, day before, day after, but also around the 10th of June, day before, day after, especially if you're traveling by car, or, I mean, maybe you're commuting, or maybe you're taking the train, or you've got like a bike. Oh, expect challenges on the road, expect challenges in terms of delays, in terms of maybe canceled sort of like trains, in terms of incidents that prevent you from getting to where you have to get to on time. If you have your own car or bike or whatever you use, there may be some kind of like technical issues that are coming up both around the 4th of June as well as around the 10th of June. I would recommend investigating. If you hear like this, I know my husband always says this, oh, the car is making a weird noise, and I have absolutely no clue what he's talking about. I'm like, okay, If you say so, then it's making a weird noise. But if you hear that anything is making a weird noise, look into it ASAP, because if you get to the 10th of June, it might be unfixable and you might just need to replace it altogether. If you look into it a little bit earlier, then you might be able to get away with it, just as an FYI. And I did mention Mercury going retrograde. I mean, let's talk about it since we've already started talking about Mercury in Cancer in your third house, my lovely Taurians. So 29th of June until the 23rd of July, you might need to go over some old material that you've already read, that you've already looked into, maybe some old presentations, maybe some old, I don't know, like educational material, and you might need to revisit the information. You may have some car trouble, or an old transport-related issue may come up. I would expect delays when it comes to trains and cars and anything that happens on the road throughout the entirety of the Mercury retrograde. If you need to close a deal, a sale, if you need to sell something, if you need to buy something, if any of this is happening during the retrograde, then my recommendation would be to have a way out of it, or to have a way to reverse the whole thing. Because let's say you buy something and it works to begin with, and then a few weeks into the retrograde, it's not working anymore. So keep your receipts, get some sort of like warranty. That would be my recommendation. I mean, ideally, I would not necessarily buy too many things during the Mercury retrograde. Especially, I wouldn't buy cars, bikes, so anything connected with transportation, but also I wouldn't necessarily buy anything from an educational perspective, or any new books or anything like that, because you might be disappointed. It might not be exactly what you were looking for. And communication with colleagues, siblings, neighbors may not necessarily be the easiest, but hey, that just means you have to double check things. You have to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Now I'm going to go back in time. 9th of June, active day before day after, we've got one of the most beautiful transits of the year, maybe. Yeah, I said it. I'm going to say it again. So what's happening? We've got two benefics coming together, Jupiter and Venus, in your third house. Now, Jupiter and Venus together can bring loads of pleasure, loads of enjoyment. There can be this kind of expansion of connection and intimacy and feeling really attached to someone. So you might benefit from this conjunction in a variety of ways. The relationship with someone can improve dramatically. You might be able to kind of like say the right things at the right time. I would recommend maybe scheduling presentations, interviews, sharing things with people. So communicating around the 9th of June, maybe also day before, day after. Also taking exams potentially, because with both benefics on your side, you cannot go wrong. On the contrary, there can also be opportunities coming your way when it comes to writing, speaking, creative self-expression. Also when it comes to work. By the way, Venus is the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work, so I would not be surprised if following maybe the conversations that you're having with some folks around the 9th of June, there would be new work making its way to you, maybe like a new project or better paid work. So things are looking superb. This is also a fabulous time for all things connected with socialization, catching up with friends. You might feel very loved by your friends. You might feel very loved and supported by your community. Is this a great time to host a maybe social event? Taurians, especially Taurus risings, yes to all of this. And you may also feel quite blessed in regards to an educational matter, or there is a possibility that someone in your life is receiving these blessings also and you're happy for them. So maybe it is a sibling, maybe it is a cousin, maybe it is an aunt or an uncle, or maybe it is a friend and you're very happy for them. Happy conversations, happy news. Oh, and I will say, if you're looking to buy something, especially maybe anything third house related, so anything educational, anything connected with cars, transportation, but also anything connected with the 6th house, so anything for your health or for your work, Oh, I love the 9th of June. I also like the day before and the day after, especially the day before that, so the 8th of June. I said it. Venus goes into Leo 13th of June, my dear Taurians, all the way until July. Let's see when in July. Now, Venus is your chart ruler. So this is quite significant for you, my dear Taurus risings. So all the way until the 9th of July. What does that mean? It means that you're going to be very invested in home matters, family matters, personal life matters, all the way until July, all the way until the 9th of July, Taurians. You may feel in the mood to redecorate the house, to host people at home, to catch up with family members. So all of that is very nicely aspected. And relationships with family members are probably going to experience an improvement. 15th of June, we've got a lovely new moon. Active 3 days before, 3 days after in your second house of income, self-worth, and self-esteem, ruled by Mercury in your third house. Co-present with Jupiter, by the way. So what is this telling me? It's telling me that you are revisiting your financial sector. Maybe you are deciding to learn more about personal finances, personal budgeting, and so on. Maybe you're starting to direct more of your money towards your education, or you may feel ready to, I don't know, like buy a car or buy a bike or something along those lines. In any case, it feels like you're ready to make a purchase or to direct your funds and resources towards something that you feel very good about and that you've kind of wanted for a long time, but maybe you haven't had the courage to take that step yet. Maybe it felt like a big deal. There is also a chance you might start learning something new or reading something new, and it's very exciting. It's kind of something that piques your interest. It stimulates your mind, your brain, and there is a very high chance that you're going to be able to monetize this thing that you're learning more about in the long term. Now, Mars is still in your first house, Taurian, so it is still giving you drive and energy and stamina all the way until the 28th of June, when it's going into your second house of income. So Mars is going to go into Gemini until the 11th of August. I feel like this is going to be somewhat better for your relationship sector. I'm going to say it because with Mars in Taurus, there is a possibility throughout May, especially towards the end of May, that partnerships, partners, collaborations, interactions with others might have been a source of anger and frustration. So now that Mars is going into your second house, it's like, okay, let's talk about it. I can see where you're coming from. Now, with Mars going into your second house, 20th of June until the 11th of August, there is a chance that you might be very driven and motivated to make more money, to go after maybe new sources of income. You might also be very quick to like spend money. Especially to spend money that on matters connected with your skills, but also with your partnerships, your collaborations. You might be quick to want to maybe hire someone like an advisor, a consultant, or something along those lines. Anyone that you hire might cost a pretty penny, but I do believe that they are worth it for the most part. I do, however, want to give you a little bit of a heads up that Mars will be getting very close to Uranus. This is going to be exact in July, 4th of July. But basically what I'm saying is there's a chance that your financial situation might take kind of a different turn that you did not see coming in July. Hence why I would recommend slowing down a little bit when it comes to expenses. That's just my recommendation, especially towards the end of June, beginning of July. Now, let's go a little bit back in time. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. Venus in your fourth house is trining Neptune. I feel like this could be a very fun, relaxing time at home. You're having a great time. Maybe you're inviting people over. Maybe you're listening to music. Maybe you're throwing a party. It could also be a lovely time when it comes to redecorating the house, when it comes to being kind of creative with home and space-related matters. A great time to maybe like host a housewarming party if you've purchased a new home. However, also 17th of June, active day before, day after, Venus is opposing Pluto. Dun, 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 dun. So there's probably going to be some sort of a bomb, metaphorical, that is being dropped around the 17th of June. Oh, it's kind of being dropped at home. Now, you could be the one dropping it. It's also possible that you might be on the receiving end. What's happening? Well, I feel like you might have something that you want to share with your family, with your loved ones when it comes to your work. Maybe when it comes to your health also. Now, you might let them know, hey, I'm resigning, I'm handing in my resignation, or I'm leaving this industry. There is equally a possibility that a family member could say they are retiring or they're leaving their job. So there could be something that you did not see coming around these topics. There may also be some developments in terms of a family member's kind of health, and you seem to be quite worried around this time, maybe because they've hidden things from you. You may also feel like they potentially have kind of betrayed your trust a little bit because they haven't told you about this thing a while ago. Now, before you get super upset, I would kind of slow down and really, I would take a little bit of a step back and really kind of see that this is not personal. It was not about you. So they did not disclose this information to you, not because they don't trust you, but because maybe they needed time to process it. Just as a bit of an FYI. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus in your first house until the 18th of September. I mean, I'm going to say it, Taurians, especially Taurus risings. There may be some things that you become a little bit dissatisfied with when it comes to your physical body, your looks, your appearance, the way that you are perceived by the world. And I think that some aspects of this might just be kind of elements that you need to make peace with. Now, who am I to tell people what to do with their bodies? I am no one. I am no one. I am a random lady on the internet interpreting astrology. But basically, if you're feeling a little bit less than, if you're feeling kind of insecure or sensitive when it comes to your looks, remember that your self-worth does not reside in how you look. I mean, yes, obviously it is important to look after ourselves. It's a sign of self-respect, but don't take it too far. That's just my recommendation. Now, the sun goes into Cancer 21st of June for another month. It will activate your third house of speaking, writing, presentations, communication, sales. And on the 25th of June, Venus will trine Saturn. I mean, I really like this because it looks like a relationship is being consolidated with someone, or after it's kind of gone through a bit of a tough phase, now you're entering a new stage, you get each other better, you see where each other has kind of like been coming from. It feels like you might be making a commitment to someone, or you might be taking on a duty, or something that adds to your list of responsibilities. And I believe you're happy to do so. You might also be helping a family member with a practical matter. Maybe it's something connected with their career. Maybe it's something connected with their home situation. You might be finalizing something at home, something that you've been working on. So maybe you've been redecorating and you feel like you're super close to this being over. Some of you could be signing contracts connected with home, property, land. A great day for that. 25th of June. 27th of June is also probably one of my favorite days of the month, along with the 9th of June. Why? Because we have the moon going through Sagittarius, making a harmonious aspect to Venus in Leo, and also to the planets in Aries, to Saturn, and to Neptune. I feel like on the 27th of June, you're feeling almost excited about the big changes that will be happening in your life. Maybe before you've been afraid, but now you're no longer afraid. Now you're like, come on, let's go. Let's do this. Let's make things happen. 29th of June, Mercury goes retrograde. I said it. Also 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a difficult full moon. I will say it. It is difficult. It is difficult. There's no other way around it. It's a difficult full moon squaring Neptune and Saturn in Aries. So this full moon is activating your 9th house. There is a possibility that there could be some developments on the legal front, maybe new laws being passed, something along those lines. And this seems to affect your career, your industry, or your company. It seems to be a source of, so the news of new legislation being passed potentially brings up restrictions that are going to be imposed upon the industry that you operate within and whatnot. This can also be a very difficult full moon for those of you who have in-laws. Now, this full moon could be affecting in-laws. Maybe it's not necessarily affecting you per se, but obviously they are related to you. In-laws are going through a challenging time. There's no other way around it. They're going through a challenging time, either health-wise or work-wise or both. And you did not see this coming, and you might be thinking, oh my God, I need to say something. I need to talk to them. Do I need to support them with anything? If you can do anything to help them and support them, I mean, obviously I would, but I feel like you're almost kind of reluctant to do that because it's quite a big burden. Last but not least, if you're waiting to hear news from abroad, it's probably not reaching your inbox in the format that you were hoping it would come in. If you are waiting to hear news from an academic institution, from a legal entity, from maybe a teacher, a mentor, a guide, I don't think you're liking this. I'm just going to say it, Taurus. And you may want to revisit the whole matter. You may need to rediscuss it with them. You may feel like you're going a little bit backwards. You need to go back to the drawing board. If you're waiting to hear news on your green card, visa, residency, I don't like this either. Again, something's getting in the way. So you might need to deal with this for longer than you thought you'd have to deal with it. Last but not least, 30th of June. This is nice. This is lovely. Jupiter, the great benefic, goes into Leo in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation for a year until July 2027. The last time when this happened was between July 2014 until August of 2015. Yes. You've got a year ahead of you, Taurians, and I have actually spoken about this in detail in the 2026 All Signs webinar that I did with Anastasia. So a general horoscope for all 12 zodiac signs for 2026 at the end of 2025. Obviously, that's when we released it so that you could have it for the year ahead. So if you're interested in hearing more details about this transit, you can listen to that. But essentially, Jupiter going through Leo can bring good luck, growth opportunities, expansion on the home front, on the property front, on the family front. So it's a great kind of maybe year ahead to think about expanding the family or expanding the home, or maybe experiencing something new, a new adventure when it comes to home and living situation. So have your pick, my dear Taurians. Jupiter is also the ruler of your 11th house. So over the next year, you can make a dream come true when it comes to home, property, land, family, and so on. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, June of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Geminis? I will tell you, you're going to be pretty preoccupied this month by one particular topic. I mean, there might be other things on your mind, but this topic is probably going to be right here. Money, budgeting, finances, personal resources, and on a more symbolic level, you're probably going to be thinking a great deal and maybe even reevaluating what is important to you, what is valuable to you, what is significant to you. So we've got a very, very strong activation of your 2nd house. And I'm looking at Gemini risings in particular. So 1st of June, Mercury, which is your chart ruler, goes into the 2nd house of money, self-worth, self-esteem, resources. So your mind is going to be very focused on these topics. You're going to be very invested in these topics. And there's lots to address. There's lots to talk about. There's lots to dig into. There's maybe lots to analyze on this front also. So to put it all down on like paper, to assess what's worth your money, what's not worth your money anymore, and so on. Now, Mercury will be making some aspects this month, as expected. So on the 4th of June, active day before day after, it will square Neptune. There may be a sense of potentially disappointment, disillusionment when it comes to your financial situation on the one hand, and your goals and plans for the future on the other hand. So something may need to give. You might need to sacrifice something here. So for example, let's say one of your goals is to, I don't know, make a big purchase a house or something along those lines. And you realize, oh gosh, this is obviously a lot. It is a very, very big purchase. It's going to cost a tremendous amount. And if you continue spending your resources as you have spent them up until this point in your life, you might not be able to achieve your goal. Simple as that. So you're gonna either have to sacrifice maybe one or several of the things that you've been spending money on, or you might need to revisit your goal, the timeline maybe for your goal. You might need to push it back. You might need to delay it a little bit. So something's got to give. Now, there can also be a little bit of a difficult conversation that's happening with maybe a friend or between you and a group of people around money and resources. So let's say a friend expects you to go to their, I don't know, like bachelorette party or something like that, but you have other financial goals. You want to buy a house, let's say. And you attending the bachelorette party is going to cost you a significant amount of money. So you might need to let them know, hey, I ain't coming. I am not attending your bachelorette party. Are they going to be disappointed? Are you going to feel bad about what you say? Even though maybe, I mean, not maybe, like definitely you should not be feeling bad. But chances are you're probably going to be feeling a little bit guilty. Also, if you're paying for anything, make sure that you're paying the right amount. 4th of June, day before, day after, because you might overpay or you might accidentally leave more money than you were supposed to leave in the, I don't know, with the bill that you're paying potentially if you're going to a restaurant, for instance. 10th of June, active day before, day after, Mercury is squaring Saturn. So this is where I believe you're probably going to have some serious conversations about financial goals, financial plans. I am inclined to say you are on the path to restrict your expenses for a greater good, for a greater goal, for a bigger goal. Now, you may also have some serious conversations around money and resources with a friend, with maybe your legal advisor, maybe your accountant, potentially. Maybe also with your family, maybe with family members. So once again, your mind is set on the future, and you're also looking very closely and very pragmatically at money and finances and resources. And I don't believe that you're struggling, but I do believe there's a need to restructure maybe some of the kind of family's expenses and whatnot. Also, if you wanted to buy something for the home or for the family, and initially you wanted to purchase, I don't know, this gadget, let's say, from a specific brand, but then you look at the prices and you do a little bit of like comparison on the internet, you realize, hey, it's not worth paying this much money, when actually you could get maybe the same device, the same gadget for less money. But is there going to be someone who's not going to be happy with your decision? Very likely. But you don't necessarily have to make everyone happy with your decisions, Geminis. I'm just putting it out there. I don't like the 4th of June, day before, day after, nor do I like the 10th of June, day before, day after, when it comes to making a speech, a presentation, when it comes to interviewing, when it comes to speaking in public. Your messages do not land the way you thought they would, or the feedback that you're getting is not the feedback that you were hoping for. Now, sometimes you just have to say something. You have to speak in public. You have to present something to maybe like an audience. I really want to manage your expectations and say, hey, this is a tough crowd. And it might take a lot longer to win them over than you thought it would take initially. Now, Mercury is also going to go retrograde, dun, 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 29th of June until the 23rd of July. And the post-retrograde shadow period ends in August, second week of August. If you thought you were done with kind of analyzing, assessing, revisiting your budget, your expenses, your financial situation, if you thought you were done with all of this come the end of June, no. Mercury retrograde is saying, hey, but you forgot about this, or you might need to look into this again, or you might need to revisit this thing. I do want to give you a little bit of a heads up with Mercury being retrograde in your second house. 29th of June until the 23rd of July. Do be careful when it comes to making purchases. So do be careful what you spend your money on, because you might regret it further down the line. You might want to exchange whatever it is that you've bought. You might want to send it back. So just keep the receipts. Just make sure that you are aware of the returns policy. So in case you do change your mind, I mean, that's your prerogative. You can do so. At least you are covered. There is a chance you might experience delays in getting paid throughout the retrograde, or there might be some issues with like cash flow, I think it's called. It is temporary, but it's probably going to be annoying. You might have also had enough with someone who is not paying you on time, and you might decide to finally cut them out or cut them off. Geminis, but you'll get to that when you get to that. Going back in time, 2nd of June, Sun will sextile Saturn. I like this. I like this day. This is actually a very, very good day to deliver a speech, to deliver a presentation, to maybe think about your goals and plans for the future, to write them down, to share them with others. It's a great day for networking. It's a great day for kind of socializing, but with a professional twist. So socializing within a professional environment, maybe going to a conference and whatnot. You seem to shine and to really stand out for your kind of like intellectual abilities in a group type of setup. You're dealing very well with responsibilities. You're also getting significant support from a community, so I like this day. 9th of June, also day before, day after, but also as the day before is particularly significant. We've got probably one of the best transits of the year happening. Venus will conjunct Jupiter in your second house of income. Now, what does this mean? What is this likely to bring? It's likely to bring a very lucrative partnership, a very lucrative relationship, maybe a very lucrative client, a very lucrative opportunity. So you are essentially receiving major blessings when it comes to money, finances, financial situation, but then you have to decide how you kind of use those blessings, so to speak. A fabulous day, the 9th of June, but maybe also the 8th of June, to ask for a raise, to sign a big contract, to maybe make a significant purchase that is aligned with your values. So I keep on talking about, I don't know, maybe buying something for the home or something along those lines, or maybe making a big purchase for your partner, maybe like a big gift, or investing in your business, investing in your career, maybe kind of upgrading your portfolio. It is a fabulous time to do so because you're gonna reap the rewards off the back of this investment, off the back of this expense for a long time. Now, this is also a time when you're feeling very appreciated. You're feeling very appreciated for your skills, for your emotional intelligence, for your knowledge, for your ability to build relationships. And it's not just that you're feeling appreciated, Geminis. It feels like the world, the universe, they are rewarding you somehow. So you are receiving some sort of an opportunity, some sort of a big blessing, as a result of being very good at something. Is this a great day career-wise? Is this a great time financially? Is this a great time for professional relationships and kind of like building or not taking advantage, but like capitalizing on a professional relationship? Yes to all of that. Venus will go into Leo 13th of June all the way until the 9th of July. Now, this is very supportive. This transit is very supportive when it comes to reading, writing, studying, short distance traveling. So if you've got any road trips planned, if you have any presentations planned, if you have any classes that you're looking to attend, I mean, by all means, go ahead, Geminis, because Venus is here to help. Relationships with colleagues, neighbors, siblings are going very, very well. They might actually be experiencing an improvement of some sorts. 15th of June, active. 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new moon in Gemini in your first house. A fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to the roles that you fulfill, Geminis, in some shape or form. I feel like you're ready to step up. I feel like you're much more confident. You're much more appreciative of what you bring to the table. You are ready to step into some sort of a new role. You've got what it takes. You're feeling good about it. I would also trust my intuition if I were in your shoes around this time in terms of what is worth pursuing, what is aligned with your values, so that you know exactly why you're doing the things you're doing. So when the going gets a little bit rougher, at least you know that you're doing all of these things in alignment with what matters the most to you. There's also a possibility you might be experiencing a reset from a looks perspective, an appearance perspective. You might decide to invest more money into your looks, into your physical body. Maybe you are buying new clothes. Maybe you are changing your hair. And I gotta say, I love this new one for that. I love it. I love it. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. Fabulous time to go out with friends, to catch up with friends, to maybe do something fun and active with, I repeat, maybe with a friend, but also because Venus is the ruler of your fifth house, with a loved one, maybe with a romantic partner. If you have kids, you can maybe take your kid to a concert, or you can take your romantic partner to a concert, maybe something involving groups of people and whatnot. I don't like the 17th of June, though, day before, day after, when it comes to traveling. So there may be major kind of disruptions on that front. You might need to change your travel plans. I don't like this time when it comes to your interactions with people in a legal setup. So I don't like it. Conversations might not go as you thought they would go. Conversations also with neighbors, siblings, or in-laws, if you have in-laws, are probably not going to go as expected. On the absolute contrary, the relationships may suffer with these people. So be quite careful what you say, because you might inadvertently insult someone. Someone might feel like their belief system, their personal philosophy is getting attacked, and that is the last thing that you wanted. But people feel whatever they feel, so you can't control that. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus until the 18th of September in your 12th house. Mars is still there, by the way. Mars will change signs and it will come into your first house, into Gemini on the 28th of June. Chiron going into Taurus is probably going to make you much more aware of what is it that's no longer working for you from a mental health perspective, from a sleep perspective, by the way. What is it that you need to kind of adjust or tweak? And you might also become much more acutely aware of how your addictions are causing physical suffering and pain and mental distress. Now, I will say this. Is that going to feel pleasant? No. Is it useful? Yes, because the reality is that most people change when things get very uncomfortable and very painful. So they do the right thing. They make the correct adjustments to their lives when they're hurting. So the outcome when it comes to this transit may be a very constructive one. The process may be a painful one. I'm just going to put that on your radar, Geminis. 21st of June, the sun comes into Cancer in your second house of income for the next month. So again, it illuminates the topics that we've already talked about. 25th of June, a fantastic day of maybe big agreements, significant commitments when it comes to the long term, working very well together with someone when it comes to achieving your goals. You may be supporting someone in achieving their goals, but it feels like a reciprocal thing. A great day to sign contracts, a great day for professional relationships to be strengthened, a great day for a new professional relationship to be established, a great day to speak about difficult topics with colleagues, friends, maybe even your child, to bring these difficult topics up and to actually get on the same page and to kind of agree on a plan of action. Now, Mars is coming into your sign 28th of June, and it's going to be there until the 11th of August. This is going to be a spicy transit, Geminis. I'm going to say it. There is a very high chance that as soon as Mercury, which is the ruler of Gemini, goes retrograde on the 29th of June, with Mars being in your corner, that there will be all sorts of arguments coming up. Are they necessary? Are they important? Are they connected with issues from the past that maybe you should have spoken up about a while ago? Yes. Is this going to be 28th of June, especially throughout the duration of the Mercury retrograde until the 23rd of July? Is this going to be a time when you might feel very mentally annoyed and irritated and frustrated and you want to give everyone a piece of your mind? Yes. Should you say everything that's on your mind? I mean, I don't think so. And I believe that's like good advice for everyone, but take it or leave it. Take it or leave it, Geminis. Be careful that you don't say things that are incredibly hurtful and that insult people and that you cannot take back. Now, you might believe what you're saying. That doesn't mean that you're right. It could just be an opinion. It's not a fact. So remember that. 29th of June also, we've got a full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after. It's a challenging one, not just for you, for everyone. So don't feel like you're getting the worst of this, Geminis. There's some difficulties, once again, on the financial front, some challenges on the financial front. You might be experiencing some challenges, or you might need to kind of restrict a little bit your expenses, or have a tough conversation with maybe a partner or a family member or a legal advisor or like a financial advisor around money and resources. You might need to pay a big tax bill, for example. There could also be news of, for instance, your interest rate on your mortgage going up. So I feel like there's news that is somewhat kind of restricting you from a financial perspective. If you have a partner, there is a chance that your partner is experiencing some restrictions from a financial standpoint themselves. So I don't know, maybe they're not getting a bonus, or something's happening. Maybe their salary is going down. So it doesn't feel like the family budget is expanding. On the contrary. Now, there is one thing that I'm very excited about this month also. 30th of June, Jupiter goes into Leo in your third house. This is a year-long transit until July of 2027. We have talked about it, myself and Anastasia, in the 2026 year ahead Zoom webinar for all 12 zodiac signs. So we covered the year ahead horoscope, the general horoscope for all 12 zodiac signs, in a webinar that you can purchase as a recording on my website. We ran this webinar at the end of 2025, and we spoke about all of these big transits, such as Uranus in Gemini, Jupiter in Leo. So essentially, Jupiter in Leo is going to bring you major opportunities to expand your skills, your skill set. It will support you over the next year to write, to learn, to share what you're writing, what you're thinking with the world. It's also probably going to bring ample opportunities to travel, especially shorter distance. I wouldn't be surprised if some Gemini risings especially went back to school, or if you bought a new car, or if you experienced this tremendous appetite to kind of broaden your horizons, but in ways that are kind of immediately applicable in your day-to-day life, so to speak. Some of you may also be very drawn to learning a new language, and Jupiter in Leo in your third house is very, very supportive of that. It's a great time to take exams overall, and Jupiter can also bestow its blessings on people that are connected with your third house, such as siblings, cousins, maybe neighbors. Now, how is that going to affect you? You might ask. I feel like you can benefit from this as well, because yes, some of these people may receive extra blessings, but they want to bring you on board somehow. So they want to kind of like share these blessings with you. And that is Gemini. Now let us move on to my dear Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. My lovely Cancerians, fellow Cancerians, because I am a Cancer rising myself. What's cooking in June? What is going on? So much astrology is happening this month. I will start off by diving into Mercury going into our sign. So Mercury goes into Cancer on the 1st of June, and it's going to be there throughout June and July and a chunk of August. Now, Mercury is the ruler of your third house of driving, speaking, communication, colleagues, neighbors. It is also the ruler of your 12th house, Cancerians. So you're going to have a lot to say this month. You're going to have a lot to communicate about this month. People are listening to you this month and next month. It feels like your opinions are taken into account. People might actively reach out to you and say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about all of these things? And for the most part, this is probably going to be overall a supportive transit, Mercury and Cancer. Mercury actually likes being in the first house in terms of placement, and I'm especially looking at Cancer risings. So you could benefit from this transit by talking a lot, writing a lot, and generally kind of sharing things with the world. It may feel like everyone wants to hear also what you feel. They want to hear how you feel about things. Let me just rephrase. Let me make sure that what I'm saying makes sense, okay? Now, there is a catch here. Mercury will go retrograde 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So throughout this period, what you say might be misinterpreted, might be misunderstood, and it might not be so clear to you either what it is that you're trying to send across. With Mercury being the ruler of your third house, you might also experience during the retrograde delays when it comes to anything that you need to write. There can be some challenges when it comes to taking exams. There can also be delays when it comes to reaching your destination, especially if you're someone who drives a lot. Communication with colleagues and siblings and neighbors, cousins also may not be as straightforward as it has been historically. Now, it is a good time though. The Mercury retrograde period is a good time to reach out to people who you haven't talked to in a long time. So send a message to that old work colleague, catch up with that cousin that you haven't seen in years. So you can use the retrograde to your advantage. I will also say though, it's not necessarily the best time to buy or to sell anything, unless it's something that you've been postponing for a long time, because once the retrograde is over, and maybe once the post-retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to be second week of August, you might change your mind about this purchase. So just give yourselves a lot of leeway when it comes to maybe backtracking. Now, it is my recommendation, if you can, to not take exams throughout this period. If you have to take them, only take exams that you've been postponing or that you have taken in the past. Maybe you failed and now you can use the retrograde to retake the exam, and that can work out. But otherwise, I'd say no new exams. No new exams. Mercury will also be making, before the retrograde, it will be making a couple of tense aspects. 4th of June, it will be squaring Neptune. And 10th of June, it will be squaring Saturn in Aries. So 4th of June, active day before and day after, as well as 10th of June, day before, day after. Whatever you say, whatever it is that you have to share with the world might not be so well received by authority figures, by bosses. There's a chance that authority figures and bosses are taking things very personally. They're taking things the wrong way. They may want to, especially around the 10th of June, day before, day after, they might want to cut you off. They might want to sort of like restrict your voice or say something along the lines of, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you haven't looked into this. You haven't investigated for long enough. Oh, you are not the expert. And to that I say, my dear Cancerians, whatever it is that you need to speak up about, especially in a professional environment, but also in public, in a public setup. So if we leave profession aside, whatever it is that you talk about is probably going to make some people uncomfortable. People with power, people with influence. Make sure that you have done your research. Make sure that you do have the numbers at hand to share it with them in case they say something along the lines of, oh no, like, shut it. I mean, who would say that to you? But maybe there are some people who would say that to you. 4th of June, day before, day after, and 10th of June, day before, day after can also be a little bit of a more kind of challenging time when it comes to communication with a parent, especially the mother. Careful not to say something that strikes a sensitive chord and maybe pours salt on a wound, an emotional wound. And I would err on the side of caution when it comes to communication because what you say might affect your reputation. Now, that doesn't mean that if you have something that is important to share with the world, maybe it's I don't know, it's a sad piece of news or it's a topic that people are very sensitive to. I'm not saying shut up, Cancerians. I would never say that to you. Like, I would never say that to us. But be prepared for a little bit of damage control after the fact. Just saying. Now, especially around the 4th of June, your words might be twisted and misinterpreted. Just putting it out there. There's a lot of good stuff happening in June also, Cancerians, but I did have to start off with this transit, which I repeat, for the most part, Mercury in your first house is going to give you the right words at the right time, but sometimes, because Mercury is also the ruler of your 12th house of self-undoing, your words might work against you. Just saying. 2nd of June, the Sun will sextile Saturn. I feel like you are getting this unexpected support on the career front, on the professional front, and something or someone that you are or that you have not been aware of so far is helping you climb from a status perspective, from a career perspective. And I believe you're also feeling relieved somehow from a career perspective, my dear Cancerians, because things are finally falling into place. 9th of June, active day before, day after, but especially the day before. Oh God, I am so happy for you here. I'm like, where do I begin? What do I say? How do I even analyze this this conjunction? So Cancerians, you've got two benefics, Venus and Jupiter, coming together in your sign. This is a time of major blessings. I repeat, major blessings, major opportunities, like significant auspicious developments, good luck, beautiful things coming to you. What type of beautiful things? Well, this conjunction could attract a very lucrative professional partnership, a very lucrative job, because Jupiter is the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work. It could also bring a lot of healing on the health front. It could be that you're feeling incredibly lucky on the job front, on the health front, and on the home and family front, okay? There could be some fabulous kind of developments happening at home in your personal life, and you're also eager to share these with the world. You're like, oh my God, you won't believe what's happening. I don't know, the family is growing, or we are moving to a different country, or we bought our first home, something along those lines. So things are working in your favor. You're attracting good luck. You're attracting the right partners. You're attracting the right support. You're attracting protection and opportunity on multiple fronts. And you're feeling very loved and lucky. I mean, what else is there? What else is there? I don't know. This is pretty much the pinnacle of astrology. I am inclined to believe that there's something really good, really positive happening on the professional front or on the public status front, Cancerians. Just because on the 9th of June, early in the morning GMT time, the moon is going into Aries, which is going to be in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. So your status is getting a boost, your public reputation is getting a boost, and you could be feeling one of the luckiest people on planet Earth around this time. I know that's such a huge claim to make, and I want to qualify this by saying the Venus-Jupiter conjunction is happening at 25 degrees of Cancer. So if you have your ascendant or your sun or your moon in Cancer around those degrees, this conjunction will speak to you the most. Now, 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo in your 2nd house. I like it. I like this transit also all the way until the 9th of July. To me, it looks like you're attracting money, you're attracting financial opportunities, you're feeling very appreciated, your self-worth and self-esteem is getting a boost. And it also looks like you might be spending money on home matters, family matters, personal life matters, and maybe also you might direct some of your resources towards your goals and plans for the future to make them happen. I feel like you've got a lot of support from others to make these goals, to turn them into a reality. So I like this transit overall. 15th of June, we've got a new one in Gemini, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Something's happening behind the scenes. It's maybe something that you're partially sharing with the world. It is something that maybe you've been working on or taking action on behind the scenes, and now it feels like it's entering a new stage, or it feels like you're experiencing some sort of a breakthrough and you're ready to kind of forge ahead. This could also be the time when you are ready to let go of some of the things, the people, the aspects, the beliefs, the mentalities, the opinions that are no longer serving you when it comes to achieving your goals, I'd say. You might also start writing something or learning something or working on something of an intellectual nature in private. And as much as maybe initially this is a private thing, further down the line, I do believe you're going to share it with the world. You're going to present this to the world. If you're dealing with institutions in any shape or form, Cancerians, governmental institutions, state institutions, I don't know, the government, potentially, it feels like you're entering a new chapter in this regards. A chapter that is somehow very aligned with your goals and plans for the future. So I like it. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. Fantastic news when it comes to your career. You're making money. You're very appreciated. You are incredibly appreciated, I gotta say, for your creative skills, for your artistic skills, for your imagination, and for your kind of like ability to envisage a new way forward. I will say though, 17th of June, day before, day after, Venus will also oppose Pluto. There might be a hidden expense that you need to deal with around this time. Something might cost a lot more than you had initially bargained for. There is a chance that there's sort of like buried kind of material coming to the surface when it comes to the relationship with a friend or a family member, and you may feel a little bit betrayed. You may feel like they've hidden things from you, and the most frustrating bit, it feels like it's sort of affecting your money and finances. So maybe you feel like you have to step in and help them. You have to kind of step in and take care of this financial issue for them. I wouldn't be surprised also if around this time you took a totally different approach to your investments, and you might be thinking, hey, I've got like a new vision, new ideas, and I'm going to totally transform the way I approach my investment sector. Potentially, you might take a radically different approach when it comes to debts and taxes as well. So you decide maybe to hire, I don't know, like an accountant who's much more knowledgeable and who can advise you kind of like more in depth when it comes to how to navigate these things in the most auspicious way possible for your financial well-being. Chiron, 19th of June, goes into Taurus. This is a very rare transit. So Chiron takes 50 years to go around the zodiac. It's going to go into Taurus until the 18th of September. And I believe that it's going to be putting the spotlight on your communities and friends and friendships in general. Some friends could be going through a little bit of a harder time. They might be struggling with money, finances, resources, their material stability. As a result, they may need to kind of scale back in terms of how much money they spend, how much they travel. And I don't necessarily know if there's anything that you can do about this other than be there for them. The sun comes into Cancer 21st of June for the next month. It's putting the spotlight on you. You're the star, you're shining, you're standing out, and you are getting a boost in terms of confidence and vitality, which I believe is always a good thing. 25th of June, fabulous day. Venus is trining Saturn. I feel like something that you've been working on for a long time on the professional front is finally paying off. It could be that you've been trying to secure an important contract, an important deal. It could be that you've been wooing, metaphorically speaking, obviously, wooing. You've been trying to win over an important client, and I believe that you've made it. You've made it happen. Fantastic day for professional agreements, for contracts, for financial agreements, and for you to use your people skills when it comes to approaching a difficult professional matter. But because you've got people skills, because you're good at dealing with humans, Cancerians, emotional intelligence and all of that, you are tackling this difficult matter fantastically. 28th of before the 28th of June, I want to give a shout out to the 27th of June, a fantastic day for all things connected with work, health, being active, and maybe also channeling your energy and resources and even financial resources towards health, work, and wellness and well-being. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini until the 11th of August. Now, Mars is the ruler of your 10th house and of your 5th house. There's going to be lots going on behind the scenes. Cancerians, Cancer risings especially, throughout the duration of this transit, when it comes to children, when it comes to your career, when it comes to authority figures, when it comes to fun, enjoyment, entertainment. And my recommendation is watch out. Now, maybe that sounds a little bit dramatic. Like, watch out. Watch out for what? Watch out in terms of what you say, how you say it, who you say it to, because your words can backfire. And they can be twisted and used against you, especially whatever it is that you say to bosses, about bosses, what you say to your kids, what you say about your kids, what you say to your romantic partner, what you share with them. There's also a very high chance that you're gonna find out throughout the duration of this transit, pretty much until the 11th of August, that some of these people, children, romantic partners, bosses, even your mom, potentially, they've been hiding things from you, and you're gonna find out. And I don't think you're gonna be very happy. Now, how you approach the topic, how you confront them, that's a whole different ball game, because these are probably sensitive topics. You don't want to just jump in. You want to take the time to think things through. Mars transiting your 12th house is also probably going to maybe mess up a little bit with your sleep, with your peace of mind. I will say this. I mean, the antidote to Mars is generally something Venusian. So maybe dial up the relaxation techniques, the spending time in nature, the meditation, maybe getting a massage. So come back into the body when the mind is becoming hyperactive, and it will be hyperactive with Mars in Gemini. I can tell you this. Full moon in Capricorn, 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is a difficult full moon, not just for you, for everyone. It's a difficult full moon when it comes to the relationship with a client or someone that you've been working with one-to-one or with a boss. So there is a chance that a relationship may fall apart, a business collaboration may fall apart. You may feel very frustrated and challenged by how things are being managed by, I don't know, I repeat, it could be your boss, it could be someone in a position of power. And because you're very frustrated, I would not be surprised if you decided to stop working with them. So you don't like their attitude, you don't like the way that they're handling things, you don't think they are using their power and influence the right way, and you are ready to leave. You are ready to leave. Now, they could also challenge you and say, oh, you haven't been doing this, you haven't been doing that, you haven't been delivering. And I think you're going to take this very personally, Cancerians. Now, I don't know who's right or wrong, but if something isn't working anymore, and maybe it hasn't been working for some time, maybe the collaboration with this person has been frustrating for a while. I mean, this could be the time when you need to cut the other person loose. Just saying. This is also, for those of you who are in a relationship, it can be a difficult time for your partner. They might be experiencing some challenges at home in connection with one of the parents. So maybe one of the parents is having a rough time, a tough time, health-wise. One of your in-laws, let's say. I wouldn't recommend putting too much pressure on your significant other, on your partner, because they're already dealing with a lot. And my recommendation would actually be to give them space to process things, as opposed to being all over them and being like, how can I support you? What do you need? Like, talk about it. And like, no, it feels like it's something that they have to handle on their own. So if you need to back off, back off. Jupiter, 30th of June, the great benefic, will go into Leo in your second house of income for the next year until July of 2027. The last time when this happened was between July 2014 until August of 2015. So have a think about what was going on for you, Cancerians, especially Cancer risings, throughout this transit, from a financial perspective, from a work perspective, and from a health perspective. Because I can tell you Jupiter is coming in to expand your income, to increase your work opportunities that actually pay. It's also here to expand upon maybe the money that you're spending on your health, your wellness, your well-being, your daily habits, your daily routines. I love this transit. Don't get me wrong. It is going to be my Jupiter return, by the way. If you have Jupiter in Leo, I've got Jupiter in Leo also. It is an exciting time when it comes to money, resources, getting a salary raise. I mean, I would recommend, if you're working for someone, asking for a raise sometime throughout this transit, so all the way until 2027, until July of 2027. This transit, however, can also increase the amount of money that you spend. So make sure that if you are spending, you're spending more because you're making more, not just because you want to spend more. I do believe you're going to value a lot more health as well as higher education and spiritual experiences throughout this period, throughout this 1-year transit, and you may be very much willing to invest in these kinds of experiences. And I'm just going to be very honest, this transit is superb for your self-worth and self-esteem. Is there also a high chance that your belief system is going to go through a broadening and expansion of some sorts, which may also have a positive, an auspicious, a constructive impact upon your self-worth and self-esteem? Yes, very likely, Cancerians. Use it wisely. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. June of 2026. What a month, my lovely Leos. I am very excited for you. I will say this. And I am excited because of one particular transit. Jupiter going into your sign. Jupiter, the great benefic, is changing signs on the 30th of June. It is exiting the sign of Cancer and it is going into Leo all the way until July of 2027. The last time when this happened was between July 2014 until August of 2015. So Leos, I would recommend having a think about what was going on in your life mid-2014 until mid-2015. How did you grow? How did you develop? How did you evolve? What sort of opportunities came into your life? What did you learn? How did you become wiser? How did you become... Oh God, this is gonna sound like a lot, but how do you feel you maybe became more aligned with the divine guidance that you were receiving around that time? I don't know. These are just some starting points for you to mull over, for you to reflect upon. I'm really, as I said, I'm really excited for you when it comes to this transit. I know that I jumped straight to the end of the month. I do apologize for that. We're gonna go in chronological order in a second, but I had to kick it all off with Jupiter in your sign. I had to do that because it's a transit that only happens once every 12 years, hence why it is so significant. And it is meant to help you grow. It is meant to help you evolve. It is meant to bring your way opportunities, protection, relief from bondage in some shape or form. So wherever you're feeling stuck or trapped, Jupiter is coming in to help. It is coming in to bring support. It is coming in to bring tranquility of mind. It is coming in with abundance, with prosperity, with, again, good luck. It's going to open doors for you, and I'm inclined to say you're probably going to have a very, very, very lovely time throughout this transit. So my recommendation would be the following, Leos. Have a think about what is it that you want to pursue in the upcoming year? How do you want to get out of your comfort zone? What sort of new adventure do you feel excited about? How do you want to expand your horizons? Is there anything that you want to pursue, especially when it comes to one of the following topics? Jupiter is the ruler of your 5th house and of your 8th house. I'm looking at Leo risings in particular. So how do you want to get out of your comfort zone when it comes to creative self-expression, when it comes to passions, hobbies, when it comes to the topic of romance, when it comes to the topic of children, when it comes to having fun, to really enjoying life to the fullest, when it comes to understanding your fears better and potentially looking at them with more kind of optimism and seeing them in a more upbeat or uplifting light, or seeing them for what they are, which is maybe coping mechanisms or unacknowledged aspects of yourselves. If you want to grow and to develop in very practical ways, when it comes to the investment sector, this is also going to be a fantastic transit to take advantage of. So Jupiter is always supportive of wisdom and of broadening of horizons, of education, of interacting with foreign lands, foreign countries, foreign cultures, of interacting with the divine. Jupiter is the bringer of meaning and of faith. And I do believe that your faith in yourselves is going to grow. Your faith in your ability to transform things for the better in your life is going to grow as well. You're probably going to have a lot more faith in your children if you do have kids. And if you want to have more kids, then I can tell you that this is a supportive transit. Your trust and faith, maybe faith, not necessarily trust. Your faith in love is also most likely going to be restored, and finding meaning in enjoyment, in fun, will probably be one of the number one priorities for you over the next year. Now, if you do not want this to be one of your number one priorities, then of course you have free will. You can ignore what I'm saying. But I always recommend aligning ourselves as much as possible with the cosmic tides as opposed to going against the grain. I would travel far and wide. I would connect with different countries, different cultures, different worldviews throughout this period. I would explore what makes me feel happy if I were in your shoes. I would explore what is fun. I would maybe experiment with different passions and hobbies. I would give myself permission to maybe step more on stage, to create more, even if it's not on stage, to create and to share your creations with the world, so to speak. That is how I would use this transit, my lovely Leos. Now, I'm going to get into, well, when we do July and when we do the November horoscopes, I'm going to get into some of the more kind of tricky aspects that Jupiter is making throughout the upcoming year. But overall, this is a beautiful transit. It will uplift your spirits. You've got every reason to be excited and hopeful and enthusiastic about the future. And if you feel like you've outgrown anything, then I can tell you, you will be ready to leave it behind. Because if there's one thing that Jupiter does to us, is it makes us excited about novelty. And it makes us think, hey, maybe there are greener pastures out there. And the reality is that many times there are greener pastures out there. So just putting that on your radar, Leos. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month and let's take it in chronological order. So there's a lot of action unfolding in your 12th house this month, Leos. So you may have to deal with institutions quite a bit. I'm thinking of state institutions. I don't know. I'm also thinking of maybe financial institutions, hospitals, so governmental institutions, things like that. The 12th house is also connected with retreating from the world and isolation. So there is a high chance that throughout a big chunk of the month, you may feel like you want to get away from it all. Like you want to process a lot of things in private. I would recommend throughout the upcoming month, if you can, to maybe take a break at some point, maybe to go on holiday, or just go on annual leave if you can. Take some time off to rest, to relax, to recover, to recuperate. Speaking of recovering, you may feel like you are recovering from something. And the thing is, this could be happening regardless of whether you take time off or not. So if you don't take time off, the upcoming month and the developments of June might, I don't want to say force you, but they might definitely push you to get away from it all and to take a little bit of a break, which is why I would maybe schedule something in so that you don't have to take an unexpected break from it all, especially around the 9th of June, maybe also day before, day after. These are some of my favorite days when it comes to relaxing, resting, taking it slow, taking it easy, getting away from the maddening crowd, maybe with a loved one, maybe with a friend. The reason why I say this is because on the 9th of June, and you might also feel it the day before and the day after, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in this part of your chart. Now, two benefics coming together. This is fantastic. Jupiter brings an expansion of anything that it touches. So in this case, it's going to bring an expansion of love, pleasure, relaxation. Venus is also, for you, my lovely Leos, the ruler of your 10th house and of your 3rd house. So Jupiter could bring unexpected good news. It can bring a sense of rest and relaxation and relief when it comes to your work-related duties. Maybe you finally feel free of something that's been weighing heavily on your shoulders work-wise. So I really want to emphasize this. Two benefics in your 12th house. The 12th house can be a place of suffering and isolation. They indicate to me the following. You're going through a phase of healing. You're most likely going through a phase of healing. Now, I know this word is thrown about a lot, but healing is a real thing. And in this particular scenario, I believe you are breathing easily and you're finding comfort and you're finding relief and you are indeed feeling maybe to an extent healed on an emotional level, especially when it comes to the relationship with a loved one, maybe when it comes to the relationship with a sibling or your mom or maybe even your child. I also feel like you're ready to let go of a lot. And the process of letting go for most humans is not very easy. Let's just face it, it ain't easy. It ain't easy because we want things to stay as they are because it gives us the illusion of control, the illusion of permanence, the illusion of security. But alas, it is an illusion. So whatever it is that you need to let go of, you're probably going to do this. I don't want to say joyfully, but easily around this time, around the 9th of June, maybe day before, day after. Maybe you have to say goodbye to some people. Maybe you have to let go of a relationship. Maybe you have to let go of a career. Maybe you have to let go of some money potentially. Whatever it is that you need to let go of, your heart is at peace. So I would recommend honoring that feeling. And again, if you want to take some time off, take some time off. If you want to go on a quick break with a romantic partner, this is also a really nice time to do so. Now, beginning of the month, 1st of June, Mercury goes into Cancer in your 12th house, and it's actually going to stay there all the way until August. This is a long transit because Mercury is also going retrograde on the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. Now, Mercury going into Cancer is probably going to lead to, well, sometimes messages coming to you in your dreams or when you're meditating or when you're not necessarily super focused. You may feel very strongly connected to the collective subconscious. Sometimes it may feel hard to differentiate between your thoughts and feelings and other people's thoughts and feelings. Mercury is also the ruler of your 11th house and of your 2nd house, my dear Leos, and I can tell you that throughout this transit, there may be things that are coming to the surface related to your friends, and some of these things do not make you happy, especially around the 4th of June and around the 10th of June, day before and day after. There is a chance that friends might be experiencing some losses throughout this transit, which is going to be a 2-month long or even longer than that transit. There is a possibility that you might hear some people have been talking about you behind your back. There's also a possibility that throughout this transit, you might decide to say goodbye to a community of people. You might decide to walk away from your involvement with a community, with an organization. And there is a chance that you're doing this reluctantly. You're not necessarily super excited about it to begin with, but as the month unfolds, you're more and more at peace with it. Now, on the 2nd of June, the Sun will sextile Saturn. To me, this feels like a very good day. I know I've mentioned some of the more challenging aspects of the month, Leos, but the 2nd of June is a good day. The 9th of June is also a great day. The 27th of June is also a great day, by the way. 27th of June, a fantastic day for fun, enjoyment, entertainment, maybe attending a party of some sorts, maybe traveling, whatever kind of floats your boat, and that involves action. I would not shy away from it. But let's go back to the 2nd of June. This is a good day because it feels like whatever it is that you've been working towards on the legal front, on the academic front, on the partnership front, on the clearing out debt front, whatever it is that you've been working on, it's finally kind of delivering the results that you were expecting, or at least you're getting a confirmation that you're on the right track. This is also a very good day for collaborations. It's a great day for traveling, especially travel that has maybe a business, a professional side to it, and a great day to maybe speak in public, attend a conference, anything along those lines. 4th of June and 10th of June, also day before, day after, is when Mercury is making some tense aspects. Initially on the 4th of June, Mercury is squaring Neptune. There can be flight cancellations. Maybe you have to pay more than you thought you'd have to pay for a trip. Maybe you're getting penalized for something. Maybe you're getting a fine of some sorts. You might also feel like you have to bite your tongue and hold back when it comes to expressing your actual thoughts, because that may land the wrong way. You may feel disappointed with the conversation that you're having with a mentor, a guide, or with someone in a legal setup. 10th of June, day before, day after, Mercury is squaring Saturn. Again, we can experience frustrations and delays and things not working as fast as they are expected to work on the travel front. I also feel like there's a disagreement between you and maybe a partner. It could be a business partner, it could be a life partner. There's a disagreement between you and this person on a philosophical matter or a political matter of some sorts. And I don't believe you're going to find a middle ground immediately. 13th of June. Okay, so before Jupiter comes into your corner, Venus is making an appearance. 13th of June until the 9th of July, Venus will be transiting Leo in your first house. Superb transit for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, you're glowing, you're shining, you're standing out, you're getting the right kind of attention, you're very attractive, you're feeling very good about yourselves, especially in a professional setup, in a public setup in general. Also, when you're communicating something, when you need to speak up, when you need to make a presentation. Venus is also the ruler of your third house of communication. Whenever you are asked for an opinion, I believe that the answers that you're giving are kind of leaving everyone sort of charmed. They're like, oh my God, tell me more, I want to hear more. What, why, how? So you are charming the socks off of people. I mean, obviously Leo is the sign of charisma, but you are even more charismatic than usual, if that is even possible. So yeah, enjoy this time. Venus is, of course, associated with beauty, relaxation, so it is a good transit to channel when it comes to maybe buying nice clothes or getting a haircut, or yeah, just generally looking after yourselves. And especially from an aesthetics perspective, hey, let's just emphasize that. Leos, 15th of June active, 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new moon in your 11th house. I feel like this is a fresh start when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. Maybe it's also a fresh start when it comes to your interaction with certain communities, certain organizations. As excited as you are about this fresh start, it does seem to involve a release, a surrender, a letting go. So maybe you're walking away from certain groups and you're channeling more of your energy and attention onto others. You might be letting go of some old goals and plans for the future, but I repeat, you're probably doing this with an open heart and you are at peace. So the painful part is behind you. This new moon can also bring news from friends. Maybe a friend is sharing the fact that they are, I don't know, becoming a parent or moving. And as much as you're happy for them, there's also this sort of bittersweet feeling where you're thinking, oh my gosh, that means that we're going to spend less time together. We're going to see each other less, which is very possible. It is very possible. But you can still be happy for them. Venus trines Neptune, 17th of June. You are very excited about a trip, about maybe an academic aspect of your life. So maybe you're excited about the fact that you're going to start a PhD or you've been accepted into a program. This is a lovely day, the 17th of June, when it comes to dating someone new, but also when it comes to maybe attending a cultural event. It seems to be something that really speaks to your tastes. However, 17th of June, active day before and day after, is also the time when Venus is opposing Pluto. A relationship is going through a dramatic transformation, a big reset, a big rebirth, and there is a possibility that some relationships are going to end. I'm just going to use this word. There is no going back. Pluto is quite an extreme energy. Maybe you found out some things about a partner, maybe a business partner, and you've decided, okay, that's it. I'm never doing business with this person again. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus in your 10th house until the 18th of September. This is a very rare transit, by the way, my dear Leos. There is a possibility that you might be you might be open moving forward, Leos, to a more alternative career path. So you might start considering this. Even if you don't immediately pursue it, you may start considering it. 21st of June, the sun goes into your 12th house. The sun is your chart ruler. So to me, it feels like you're going to be maybe a little bit less kind of energetic and dynamic and excited about doing things and moving things forward. I mean, as I said, you do probably need some rest. You also probably need to handle some things behind the scenes. You do need to take care of your mental health over the next month. So that's how I would kind of tap into this energy. 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn, a successful day for any sort of agreements, professional agreements in particular, a very good day when it comes to working together with someone or kind of agreeing on the terms and conditions of how you're going to work together. A day of success, of victories, of wins on the academic front, on the professional front. And it is a fantastic time to maybe agree on the itinerary for a trip with someone. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini until the 11th of August, into your 11th house. There's going to be loads happening when it comes to friends, communities, organizations, groups of people that you're a part of over the next, what is it? Month and a half, essentially, with Mars in this part of your chart. I would not be surprised if sometimes there were conflicts between you and friends. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if you wanted to kind of lead any sort of like plans or activities that involve your friends over the next month and a half. Mercury will be going retrograde. However, 29th of June, Mercury is also the ruler of your 11th house and the ruler of your second house of income. There's a very high chance that end of June until the 23rd of July, when the retrograde ends, friends might change their mind, or they might backtrack, or you might actually need to have the same conversation that you've had with them a while ago. You might need to revisit certain topics and revisit where you stand on a certain matter. I can also tell you that friends are not necessarily having the easiest of times over the next, throughout the period of the entire retrograde, so 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So if they do need to back out of any plans that you had agreed on, I would be very kind and empathetic and compassionate with them, because I repeat, they're probably going through some tough things. And 29th of June, full moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after, squaring Neptune and Saturn. This is not an easy full moon, I will say it. Something is happening at work or when it comes to your health, but especially at work. Someone might be leaving, someone might pass on their responsibilities to you. There may be a restructuring day-to-day wise. There's a chance that whatever direction things are headed work-wise, you're not super happy. You're like, oh God, no, this is making my day-to-day harder. This is messing with my schedule. I'm gonna have less time to spend with my significant other. Can you get out of this situation? I don't know. I don't necessarily think so, Leos, unless you are open to leaving your job. Are some Leo risings likely to leave their job around this time? Yes. Possibly because you've had enough. Possibly because you're fed up. Very possible. Health-wise, this can feel like a turning point. But it's also a time that may draw your attention to what it is that you've been neglecting health-wise, what it is that you've been postponing, what it is that you haven't yet started. I don't know why you've been dragging your feet in regards to this matter. You probably know that you need to make some adjustments when it comes to your habits, when it comes to your daily routines. This full moon is probably going to make things very uncomfortable for you. So maybe there is a possibility, and by the way, this is not medical advice. Please take the advice of your doctor. There is a possibility that some of you might be experiencing some pain. I don't know, maybe you've got knee pain or something like that, and you've been postponing going to physiotherapy or whatever it's called. No more postponing. No more postponing, Leos. This is it. Now let us move on to Virgos, my dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. June of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Virgos? Oh, so much happening in your 11th house. can I just say it? The 11th house in astrology, and I'm looking at Virgo risings especially, the 11th house in astrology is the house of our hopes and dreams, of our plans for the future, of our friends, friendships, communities, organizations that we're part of. Lots of action on that front. Lots of conversations, especially with Mercury entering this part of your chart on the 1st of June and staying there, oh God, for such a long time. Staying there until, let me tell you exactly when. The 9th of August. Now that's a long time, isn't it? So lots of conversations happening with friends, lots of discussing about your plans for the future with your peers, maybe with people who are part of your your community. Mercury is also the ruler of your 1st house and of your 10th house. So what is this telling me? It's telling me that throughout June, July, and the beginning of August, your career is gonna push you into dealing with groups of people, into becoming maybe involved with all sorts of communities, collaborating with wider communities, wider groups of people so that you can achieve some sort of a joint goal. You might also be very focused on kind of being active within your tribe, my dear Virgos. Now, the 11th house is an auspicious house. Let's just say this. It's a nice house to have your chart ruler transit through. The twist here is, as per usual, there's always a twist. Mercury will be going retrograde 29th of June all the way until the 23rd of July. Now, as much as you might be excited to talk about the future, to get involved in all sorts of group type of activities, when Mercury is direct, when it goes retrograde, you might be rethinking, reevaluating your involvement with certain communities, rethinking your plans for the future, maybe having doubts and worries. If you are saying yes to anything, especially any group collaborations or any big kind of plans for the future throughout the retrograde period, 29th of June until the 23rd of July, I would make sure that you know exactly what it is that you need to do to get out of whatever you agreed to in case you change your mind after the retrograde is over, because you might do that. You might do that, which is why I would not necessarily kick off new projects. I would only focus on whatever has been kind of in motion up until this point throughout the retrograde period. Is it a good time when Mercury is retrograde to reach out to old friends, to reconnect with people from the past, to reach out to maybe old bosses, old authority figures, people who have power and influence in your field, in your sector? Is it a good time to revisit what is healthy for you on a physical level? Is it a good time to maybe go back to, I don't know, attending yoga classes? Yes, that is how I would use the Mercury retrograde. But as per usual, the Mercury retrograde can also bring delays, postponements, challenges in communication, challenges in terms of achieving your goals. So be gentle with yourselves throughout the entire retrograde period. Do also be gentle with your friends, with your peers throughout the entire retrograde period. And if you're not sure what it is that they're talking about, if you're not sure what it is that they mean, just ask, just double check. Because, hey, retrograde, Mercury, right? Now, going back to the beginning of the month, 2nd of June, the Sun sextiles Saturn. This is a good day for your career. It's a good day for your professional success. I feel like you have overcome a crisis at work. I feel like you have overcome some challenges, some difficulties that have put you in a tight spot, maybe where you had to handle things in a manner that did not make you feel comfortable, or you had to handle some new challenges and responsibilities that you are not very experienced with. And I actually believe you did a great job, and you're probably getting applause and a recognition on this day. Now, let me just double check that this is not a weekend, but hey, some people do work on a weekend, so why not? Oh no, it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. So there you go. 4th of June, active day before, day after. Mercury is squaring Neptune. Conversations with friends, conversations about your future career-wise are not necessarily super clear. Maybe a friend makes you feel a little bit weird, a little bit off, a little bit disenchanted with their response to you sharing one of your goals and plans for the future. Now remember, people are generally Virgo risings. I think you know this already, but I will remind you. People are generally very inclined to project their own fears onto others. So if you share with a friend, hey, this is what I want to do, and I want to do this PhD, and I want to start this business, and whatever it is that's on your mind, and they say, oh no, but what about this? What about that? What about XYZ? Oh, and I did this, which is something similar to what you're planning, and it didn't work out. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just because it didn't work out for your friend, it doesn't mean that it will not work for you. So do not let other people's projections interfere with your enthusiasm for the future. There's also a chance you might experience a little bit of a disagreement with a friend when it comes to a financial matter. Maybe you're not on the same page. Another challenging moment in regards to Mercury is the 10th of June, active day before, day after, when Mercury is squaring Saturn. Now, again, you may feel like someone does not really get you. You might try really hard to make them get where you're coming from, and it's just falling on deaf ears. A communication with a colleague, a coworker, or a client is not necessarily working as expected either. Maybe you're kind of asking a lot of questions and you're investigating and you're digging into it and you're trying to be helpful, and they are not very helpful. They are a closed book. Is that what they say? So they don't want to cooperate, and that's okay. Sometimes people just don't want to cooperate. This is also a great time, 10th of June, active day before, day after, to look at your expenses, to look at your debts, to look at your taxes, to do your tax return if you haven't done it. So do some work on the financial front if you have been postponing anything. If you've been postponing paying off a debt, then what are you waiting for? Because I feel like you've already got the resources. I don't know why exactly you're postponing this, Virgo risings. 9th of June, probably one of the best days of the year. I know, that's a very bold claim, but I'm going to stick by it. I'm going to stand by it and stick to it. 9th of June, but you might also feel it the day before and the day after, especially the day before. Venus conjuncts Jupiter in your 11th house. So we have a double blessing. A double blessing, okay? When it comes to one or several of the following, let's just say it. So Jupiter can bring an abundance of love, of beauty, of pleasure, of emotional connection around this time. It can bring this into your life, my dear Virgos, within the relationship that you have with a romantic partner, with a significant other, but maybe also with a friend. You might also feel very, very lucky and very blessed to be part of this community of friends around this time. There may be this feeling of friends looking after you that you're experiencing, of friends being like family, like a second family for you, of opening doors for you, of kind of supporting you on your journey to achieve your goals and plans for the future. There is a possibility for those of you who are single that you may connect with a romantic interest within a group type of setup, or the other possibility is that a friend might turn into your romantic interest, Virgo risings, especially if you're single. This is a fabulous time for all things social, going out, connecting with people, sharing some sort of an emotionally charged experience with others. It's a great time for celebration, for a group type of celebration. Bring your partner along. If you don't have a partner, you might find a partner. People are cheering you on. If you do anything in your life, Virgos, which involves an element of having an audience. Oh, what a day the 9th of June is. It is absolutely superb. It is absolutely fantastic. Also the 8th of June. The 8th of June looks good as well. Venus is also the ruler of, let's see, of your second house of income. And Jupiter is the ruler of your 4th house and of your 7th house. there's a possibility that someone's coming to you via a friend, and maybe they're offering you some sort of a job, or they're bringing you on board when it comes to a project that's going to be very lucrative. Can I just say, Virgos, whatever is being offered to you around this time, because we've got Venus and Jupiter in a water sign, so I feel like you're going to attract things. My recommendation would be for you to say yes, because this is going to turn out fabulously in the long term. Now, you have free will, you can say no, but don't let fear get in the way. Okay, I've said it. Now, let's go back to June. 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo in your 12th house, and it's going to stay there until the 9th of July. You may enjoy some time off. You may enjoy some relaxation, some time away from the world. If you're dealing throughout this period with any institutions, I don't know, like governmental institutions, hospitals, whatnot, Venus is making things easier and smoother and more enjoyable. This is a superb time for you to focus on your mental health as well, Virgos. Again, Venus is going to make the whole process more pleasant. If you're traveling, though, especially long distance throughout this transit, there may be a lot of things that you had not planned for coming up, especially I feel like your expenses could be a lot higher than you had budgeted. So allow for a little bit of a cushion, let's say. And speaking of expenses and money, I mean, Venus transiting the 12th house might bring in some unforeseen expenses in general, but it is a very good transit for you to consider whether it's worth investing more into your mental health, into your spiritual life, or into anything that brings in more kind of healing as well as relaxation into your lives. 15th of June, new moon in Gemini, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Oh my days, how beautiful is this new moon? Very, very beautiful, very beautiful, I will say. A fresh start, an exciting start. Professionally, so career-wise, but also in terms of your status and reputation in the world. Virgos, your reputation is getting a boost. You're making new friends. Maybe you're becoming part of a new community. This is going to help you from a career perspective. Maybe you're going to be working more with certain people that are more aligned with your vision for the future. It feels like you've found a sense of belonging within a community. Maybe it's a professional community. It also feels like your involvement with some friends, some peers, or a community of people is going to be of major help in terms of you achieving your career goals. There's all sorts of new ideas that are coming in also around this time when it comes to your career path, but also when it comes to your future in general, and when it comes to how you contribute to society in general. So it doesn't matter whether you've got a professional kind of career or not, Virgos, Virgo risings especially. We're all meant to contribute to society in some shape or form. And I feel like at the time of this new moon, you're kind of getting these new ideas in from other people who really see you, who really get you, in terms of how you can be of service to the world. So I like that. I like that. Are some of you starting a new job? Yes. Are some of you being promoted? Yes. Is this a great time to start a new business? Also yes. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. This is a very relaxing time, a very sort of enjoyable time. If you're on holiday, which I hope maybe you are, I would do some sort of like active relaxation. I don't know, maybe play a game, or do some yoga or something along those lines. It's a great day for intimacy as well. A great day, and by the way, this is not financial advice, a great day to maybe also cash in on some investments, a great day to pay off some debts. 17th of June, however, is also when Venus is opposing Pluto. It's active day before and day after, Virgos. Oh boy, the relationship with someone that you've been working with is going through a major transformation. Maybe they've been hiding something from you. Maybe you find out that they've been going behind your back. Whatever it is, trust has been broken, and I don't know if it's going to be easily mended moving forward. You might also decide to break up, so to speak. I'm using my fingers to do the inverted commas thing. For those of you who are listening to the podcast version of this, you might break up with someone that you've been working with on the health front at this point in time. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus in your 9th house until the 18th of September. This is a very interesting transit because I feel like conventional beliefs, especially of a spiritual nature, may no longer resonate with you, Virgos. So you're going to sort of become more open to alternative belief systems. I mean, or ways of looking at life. Maybe astrology is going to speak to you more, or I don't know. Something of an alternative nature seems to kind of start clicking with you, belief system wise, mentality wise, from a spiritual perspective, and so on. 21st of June, the sun goes into Cancer, into your 11th house. Again, a big spotlight being placed on group activities, friends, plans for the future, hopes and dreams, allies. And 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn. I feel like you've done a lot of work around freeing yourselves up of maybe some chores, freeing yourselves up of whatever was on your to-do list, and you are relaxed, and it's almost as if you feel like you deserve the relaxation. Also, a relationship is experiencing an improvement. It could be the relationship with a colleague, a coworker, maybe with your child if you do have a child. Maybe it feels like you've experienced a breakthrough around this time. Venus is also the ruler of your 2nd house of income. I feel like you're feeling. I apologize for using the word "feel" so much. I blame it on all the planets transiting through Cancer right now, Virgos. So financially, you may experience a sense of being unburdened of some sort of a debt or something that's been weighing on you in this regards around this time. And maybe there is someone in your life who's helping you clear off some debt. I mean, props to them, props to you for letting them. 27th of June is probably one of my favorite days. It's a very, very beautiful, I like it. It's a beautiful day in many ways, but generally it's a beautiful day because you're trusting the process of your life undergoing some major transformations, and as opposed to being anxious, you are excited. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini, into your house of career until the 11th of August. Now, Mars is the ruler of your 3rd house and of your 8th house. Oh boy. What's cooking here? Virgos, you're going to put a lot of energy into professional matters all the way until the 11th of August. But I can also tell you, you're probably going to have to sometimes have conversations that do make you feel uncomfortable. You're probably going to have to bring up topics that maybe feel very sensitive within the workspace. There is a possibility that bosses may be more demanding throughout this period. And sometimes it may feel like you have to push back. Maybe it feels like you have to assert your boundaries a little bit more openly. Bosses and authority figures are likely to be quite irritated throughout this period. I will say this, and they might snap sometimes. I would make sure that you don't take it personally, but if they do say something that is inappropriate or even rude to you, Virgos, I mean, push back. Do not be a stoic. Or do. Up to you. But I feel like unless you draw their attention to this, they're going to keep on doing it until it's kind of really going to get on your nerves. 29th of June, Mercury goes retrograde, and also 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a little bit of a challenging full moon. This full moon is activating your 5th house, 11th house axis, and it is squaring Neptune and Saturn in the 8th house. I think you have to pay for something that is way more expensive than you thought it would be. Maybe it's something connected with your kid. Maybe it's an extracurricular activity, or however it is that we call it. Maybe you have to pay for, I don't know, like a trip or something that is supposed to be fun, but it's putting that extra level of like financial pressure on you. If you are in a relationship, in a romantic relationship, there may be some, oh boy, there may be some dirt coming to the surface in regards to your romantic partner. You might be upset because they have not necessarily revealed this at the right time. It feels like they've revealed this issue to you, or it came to light a lot later than it was supposed to. But at the same time, this person is probably going through some challenging moments. Maybe they are at a crossroads. Maybe they're struggling financially, work-wise, health-wise. So I would be gentle. I would be kind. You are generally very kind, Virgos. But yeah, I would give them the benefit of a doubt, essentially. And 30th of June, Jupiter is changing signs. The Great Benefic is going into your 12th house until July of 2027. This transit is very supportive of you growing and expanding your horizons when it comes to your mental health, when it comes to your spiritual life. Jupiter can actually contribute to a really kind of like necessary process of healing. It can also expand one particular 12th house topic that sometimes is not the easiest to deal with, which is letting go. So throughout the upcoming year, you might let go of relationships that have served their purpose, collaborations that have served their purpose. You might let go of a home. You might say goodbye to maybe some people that have been living with you. There is a possibility that there are things that you did not see coming on the home front, on the relationship front. But the thing is, Jupiter in the 12th house actually makes it a lot easier to go with the flow and to welcome into your life whatever the tide brings in, and to have trust and faith that it will turn out well. If you're dealing with hospitals, state institutions, Jupiter is going to be very, very helpful. I do want to put this on your radar, Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, June of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Libras? So much action in your house of career, public status, public reputation, public life in general. That is where the action is. And it all kicks off with Mercury going into Cancer in this part of your chart. Now, Jupiter is already there. Just reminding you of that. Venus is also there. So Mercury is joining the party at the beginning of the month. I apologize, 1st of June. And it's going to stay there, oh God, for such a long time. June, July, all the way until August. Why? Because it will also go retrograde in the same part of your chart. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Essentially, there's going to be lots happening in terms of you speaking out, sharing things in public, you having the opportunity to present things to the world, especially in a professional setup. You maybe having an opportunity to share your perspective, your sort of like philosophy with the world. Maybe you also having to speak in an international environment throughout the duration of this transit, my dear Libras. So the world is listening to what you have to say, especially Libra risings, within a public setup. I repeat, for the most part, this could be professional, but it could also be you having the opportunity to take the floor somewhere at a public event and so on. Your career is very much on your mind. Your reputation is very much on your mind. And I recommend doing something with it, about it. Reach out to people who can help you with whatever it is that you're looking to achieve. Maybe take the chance to share your views, to share your thoughts, to share your opinions. I repeat, in a more public setup. So channel the energy. That's what I recommend. You may also feel like you're probably going to have to talk about some things that are a little bit more sensitive, maybe topics that are a bit kind of harder to open up about in a public setup. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. I mean, just because it's harder, it doesn't mean that it's not a good thing, but it's not always going to feel the easiest. Now, 29th of June is when Mercury is going retrograde until the 23rd of July. Throughout this period, you might experience some delays when it comes to hearing back from people that you work with, from bosses, from important clients. There can also be misunderstandings when it comes to your interactions with these people. So do make sure that you're on the same page. Do make sure that they have really picked up the right message from you. Double check that the email has left your inbox and so on. I would not necessarily recommend throughout the retrograde saying yes to maybe new jobs or kicking off a new gig, professionally speaking. But if you have to, you have to. I would just kind of give myself a little bit of leeway if you have to revisit the contract, if you have to revisit the terms and conditions. Make sure that there is an option to do that once the retrograde is over and you're not caught up in something that isn't really working in the long term once you get to figure out exactly what it entails, okay? Is it a good time throughout the retrograde to reach out to people that you've worked with in the past, to reach out to old clients, to maybe revisit old projects from a professional standpoint? The answer to all of that is yes, 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 yes. Are you likely to maybe travel also for professional reasons, for business purposes, throughout the duration of the retrograde? Very possibly, especially to locations, to offices that you have visited before. If you do travel, then please get travel insurance. Please be flexible with your schedule. Please be flexible with meetings, because let's face it, with Mercury retrograde, it might not all go as planned. That doesn't mean that it won't turn out well, but traveling for work purposes might give you a bit of a headache. So keep that in mind. 2nd of June, the Sun in your 9th house is sextiling Saturn in Aries. I feel like you're on the same page with someone when it comes to a philosophical matter or a political matter or maybe even a spiritual matter. I also believe that someone is helping you figure things out on the legal front or maybe on the academic front. You're collaborating very well with someone who you've got a lot to learn from, someone who you're maybe looking up to. So I really like this day. 4th of June, Mercury is squaring Neptune. This can be a day of misunderstandings or of confusions in terms of what it is that people actually expect of you from a professional perspective, what it is that a business partner actually expects of you. There's also a chance that you're not really on the same page with you and a partner, maybe a significant other, maybe your life partner, when it comes to how they should go about a personal matter, a home-related matter. There is this feeling of people taking things the wrong way, kind of permeating the air. Not the best day, 4th of June, maybe day before, day after, to talk about contracts, to talk about specific agreements, especially business agreements. Can you reach an agreement a little bit later? Yes, very, very likely. I mean, I would give it maybe until the 11th of June, if possible. 9th of June, Venus conjuncts Jupiter. This is probably one of the best transits of the year. I know, very big claim, very bold claim, but two benefics coming together, I mean, it doesn't get better than this. You might feel this energy also day before, day after, and especially the day before, so the 8th of June and the 9th of June. So Venus is your chart ruler. Jupiter is the ruler of your 3rd house, of your 6th house, so this conjunction can bring in some really, 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 really exciting opportunities, some very, very auspicious developments on the professional side, on the work side of things. When it comes to your career, your vocation, there could be a fabulous opportunity that you attract, that you almost manifest, my lovely Libras. This could also be the day of, or these could be a couple of days when you enter into a very, not suspicious, successful or about to become successful partnership on the professional front. Your career, your status, your reputation is getting a massive, 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 massive boost. You are seen in a fabulous light, so take advantage of this time, maybe to do something that is visible to the world, to maybe schedule an important professional event, to schedule a meeting, to schedule a presentation, to make a big launch possibly, because oh boy, I can tell you that the world wants more from you. So it's going to give you more work. It's going to attract more clients, more abundance, more prosperity your way. You're also feeling very blessed somehow, career-wise, status-wise, maybe even relationship-wise. It feels like finally, the stars are aligning in your favor, and the world is watching, it's noticing it, and somehow it feels like you're everyone's sort of favorite person around this time. Maybe not everyone's favorite person. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration, but people love you, and it feels good. It feels good. You feel very, very validated. But I would also do something with this energy if you ask me. If not, rejoice, bask in the glory, and welcome in the opportunities and the abundance. 10th of June, Mercury squares Saturn. You may need to have a more serious conversation with someone. It could be a business partner. It could be your life partner about children, about a home matter, a family matter. Maybe it's not easy to broach this topic, but it does seem to be very important. Maybe you also need to talk to your partner about how your career is kind of going from strength to strength, and you're not going to be able to be as present as you have historically been at home. Are they maybe a tiny bit frustrated about that? Possibly, yes. But it is what it is. Your star is shining, it's rising, it's on the up and up. Venus, your chart ruler, 13th of June, is going into Leo in your 11th house. Until the 9th of July, I can tell you, Libras, you're looking to have a great time, and you will most likely have a great time, especially when you're surrounded by friends, especially when you're getting together with friends, especially when you're going out into the world. It feels like you're getting your sort of like a spark back somehow, and you want to have fun. You're the life of the party. You're entertaining people. People want to spend time with you. I like this time. If I were to make a recommendation, I'd say catch up with friends, go out, go to events, go to concerts, go to parties, host dinner parties. Yeah, that's what I would do with this transit. 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new moon in your 9th house. This new moon can bring a fresh start when it comes to you collaborating with people from abroad or maybe traveling more for professional reasons. Mercury, which is the ruler of the new moon, is in your 10th house of career. So somehow I feel like this new moon is kind of kicking off a new chapter that is taking you further into the distance, physically or metaphorically. The new moon can also bring news of new legislation that is impacting in an auspicious way your sector, your industry, your career, your company. So again, thumbs up. If you are looking to grow or to sort of develop further when it comes to your academic journey, this is a very good time to kick things off, maybe to apply for a PhD program, to apply for an MBA, to start thinking about what it is that you could study. If you're going to study something new, or if you're pursuing an academic degree around this time, it is most likely going to be really useful when it comes to your professional life. That's probably the best way in which I can express this. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. You are having a great time if you're going out, if you're catching up with friends, you're hitting it off with someone. If you're going out with a significant other, I think you're having more fun than you thought you would be having. There's just this sense of being on the same page with someone. You could also be having a really good, fun time with maybe a friend at this point in time. However, also 17th of June, active day before, day after, Venus is opposing Pluto. So a relationship is experiencing a major transformation. It could be the relationship with a romantic partner. I wouldn't be surprised if some Libras, especially Libra risings, were saying goodbye to someone romantically and welcoming someone new into their lives. For those of you who have children, this can be a little bit of a trickier moment or period lasting a few days. at least one of your children is very, very, very upset, and you might be very worried about them. Maybe they're so upset that they don't even want to talk to you at the moment, or they are reacting in a really, really, really intense manner. Is there anything that you can do about it? I mean, yes, maybe talk to them. I don't think, however, you're going to get much out of them before the 25th of June, when Venus is trining Saturn, which is the ruler of your house of children. So if they are upset, if they're going through a tough time, maybe give them space to deal with things in their own time and in their own way. Is there a possibility that around the 17th of June, a friendship could go through a very interesting reset also? Yes, some unexpected information might come to the surface. You may not see this friend moving forward in the same light that you've seen them so far. You might also reveal something to a friend and their reaction could really take you, it could really catch you off guard. And as a result of that, you're thinking, maybe I should spend less time with this person. Maybe I should invest less in this relationship. Chiron, 19th of June, goes into Taurus in your 8th house until the 18th of September. This is an interesting one because Chiron moves very slowly through the zodiac. So it takes 50 years for Chiron to go full circle through all 12 zodiac signs. So essentially over the next... Well, this is going to be a longer transit, but from June until September, over the next few months, Chiron might make you aware of something that needs to shift, something that needs to change, or something that needs to be healed when it comes to your inner world, when it comes to your approach to intimacy, when it comes to your approach to sharing with others. And I'm not just referring to material assets and resources, I'm referring also to sharing who you are, so the deepest, darkest layers of who you are with others. You may be feeling uncomfortable. I'm just going to say it, Libras. That doesn't mean that this is not an opportunity to really dig into why you're feeling uncomfortable. What is it that is being triggered in this process of sharing? 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer in your house of career, public status, and public reputation for the next month. Again, spotlight on your status in the world, on your career path, and the Sun is also associated with success, so I'm liking this transit. 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn, a great day for professional agreements, a great day to get on the same page with a significant other, to agree on something connected with the future, with a parent, a family member, a child, or a partner. I also feel like you're collaborating very well on something concrete and practical with an advisor. They are an advisor that is more on the kind of conservative side, on the more skeptical side, but they really seem to get you and they really seem to contribute with the kind of right energy at this point in time that you need to make things happen when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. Also, great day for socialization, the 25th of June, especially if the socialization involves a business aspect to it. So maybe some networking here. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini. Oh, by the way, before the 28th of June, we've got the 27th of June, which is probably one of the most fun days of the month for you. 27th, go out, have fun. I want to say celebrate if there is anything to celebrate. You might have things that you want to celebrate, maybe on the career front, maybe on the relationship front. It's a good day, the 27th of June, to kind of like let your hair down and have fun with the people that get you. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini in your 9th house until the 11th of August. Now, Mars is the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, obviously, but also the ruler of your 2nd house of income. Ooh, okay, so this is going to be interesting. So Mars transiting this part of your chart might bring lots of trips, lots of energy channeled towards traveling, towards dealing with legal kind of like entities and institutions. It can also, however, bring fights and conflicts and arguments with in-laws, with foreigners, with representatives of like legal entities. It might also make you very driven and motivated towards pursuing academic goals. Because Mars is the ruler of your 2nd house of income, you may pour a lot of energy into traveling, into academic matters, into legal matters. And I can also tell you might pour a lot of energy and money into finding the right mentor, Libras. If you're in a relationship or if you collaborate with people, there is a chance that throughout this transit, which is a long transit until the 11th of August, there is a chance that you may sometimes disagree and have flat out sort of arguments with your collaborators or maybe even your partners over philosophical matters, spiritual matters, political matters. And I have to tell you, Mercury is going retrograde on the 29th of June, and Mercury is also the ruler of your 9th house. So there can be a lot of misunderstandings, okay, over these topics. So before you jump to conclusions, before you fight back via words, before you defend your stance, I would double check that you've understood correctly, or that the other person has understood correctly the message that you're trying to send across, and that you've obviously understood what they're trying to say, because words can be a little bit tricky. 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Full moon in Capricorn, squaring Neptune and Saturn. So this can be a little bit of a difficult full moon because it is an intense aspect to Neptune and Saturn. Something is coming together at home, but it does feel like a difficult kind of moment. So maybe a parent is going through a difficult moment, a family member is going through a difficult time. Maybe they have to start off something new and they don't want to. Maybe they have to like start off a new job. Maybe they have to switch career paths. Maybe they have to change locations in terms of where they work from. And they are not thrilled about it. On the contrary, they're quite disappointed. They are quite pessimistic, and it does feel difficult to see them deal with these things. There's also a possibility that you might not be on the same page when it comes to a home and living situation matter. You might not be on the same page with a family member or with your significant other, but a compromise probably has to be made somehow. So someone needs to make a sacrifice. I am inclined to believe that you want the other person to make a sacrifice. Oh boy, I don't think they're going to give up without a fight. They're going to try to persuade you. They're going to try to get you to think something different, but you're not having it. You've made up your mind. You know what you want. You know what's important to you. And they're like frustrated and maybe a little bit bitter because of that. Could this be a full moon when some Libra risings are leaving a home behind? Maybe you're moving, maybe you're relocating, maybe the day-to-day kind of life at home is going through a shift, it's going through a change. And on the one hand, maybe you're excited because things are happening for you career-wise, professionally, you're very active, but your partner is not very excited. Your partner feels very pessimistic about this whole thing. They're thinking, oh no, how am I going to handle the kids? How am I going to handle, I don't know, the daily to-do list if you're no longer as present as you used to be at home? So the fact that things are changing at home seems to put extra pressure on the partner. It seems to bring extra responsibilities to the partner's doorstep, and they are not necessarily very happy. That doesn't mean that they won't do it, but I would be prepared for some protests on their end. Jupiter, 30th of June, the Great Benefic, is going into Leo. Oh boy, what a beautiful transit. What a beautiful transit, my dear Libras. The last time when Jupiter was transiting through Leo, and by the way, this is a year-long transit. It's going to end in July of 2027. The last time when this happened was between July 2014 and August of 2015. Have a think about how your social circle, your friendships, your communities, your goals and plans for the future, how did they evolve? How did they get maybe like a boost between July 2014 and August 2015, because that can give you an indicator as to what you can expect from this year-long transit. Essentially, Jupiter is going to expand your social life. There's going to be ample opportunities to meet like-minded individuals, to collaborate with them, maybe also work-wise. Jupiter is going to contribute to you dreaming very big, especially work-wise. education-wise maybe, and in terms of your collaboration with communities, groups, broader organizations. Jupiter is the one that opens doors for us. It's the bringer of good luck, of opportunities, of abundance, of prosperity, and friends might be able to do that for you over the next year. Jupiter will be making a couple of tense aspects this year. It will oppose Pluto in July, and it will come together with the South Node and with Mars in November. But we're going to address these times when the right time comes about. I will say this. Do not hold back from speaking in public, from sharing your views with the world, from going big. When it comes to your interaction with wider audiences, because Jupiter is here to help. Jupiter in Leo also ramps up the enjoyment, the fun, the creativity, the entertainment, the creative self-expression. And if you add even more people into the mix, I mean, that's a recipe for success, Libras. So there you have it. That is June for you. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. June of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Scorpios? And what can we expect this month? 1st of June, Mercury changes signs. So Mercury is going into your 9th house. And it's actually going to stay there for quite some time. It's going to stay there throughout June, throughout July, and the first part of August also. Now, Mercury is the ruler of your 8th house as well as of your 11th house, Scorpios. And I'm especially talking here to Scorpio risings. So that tells me a few things. It tells me that you might be making plans for the future. Plans involving long distance traveling, plans involving legal matters, plans potentially involving visas, I don't know, your green card, your foreign residency, your sort of foreign status. Plans also potentially involving your in-laws, if you do have in-laws. Maybe you're also kind of looking at your financial situation, but especially as it relates to your debts, taxes, mortgage, credit cards. I mean, obviously that is one type of debt. And you're sort of assessing the big picture. You're assessing whether there is anything that you haven't sort of fully looked at from a broader perspective. I do believe that you actually have quite some good ideas when it comes to handling debts, taxes, all of that. And if these areas if these topics have been a source of stress over the past few months, I actually believe you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, Mercury, as I said, is going to spend a lot of time in your 9th house in Cancer. That is also because, Scorpios, it is going retrograde. You probably saw this coming. So Mercury is going to go retrograde on the 29th of June all the way until the 23rd of July. Oh boy. If you're traveling throughout this period, and I do realize some people might have summer holidays booked, planned, etc., please make sure that you get travel insurance. Make sure that you leave home in time. Allow for that extra bit of time to get to the airport, to go through, I don't know, passport check, passport control, stuff like that. I know it sounds redundant, but Mercury retrograde is actually likely to bring delays, potentially flight cancellations. So don't necessarily expect things to be as smooth as they could be from a travel perspective. If you've been handling any sort of legal matters, of course, Mercury retrograde could slow things down. So things might take longer than you had initially envisaged in terms of a resolution. If you've been filing paperwork in order to get your visa or something along those lines, I would not be surprised if you had to resubmit some papers. If you are dealing with academic institutions. So if you're writing your PhD thesis, for example, oh boy, communication with communication with academic institutions, with mentors, professors, etc. It's not the smoothest. It is not the easiest, and things might give you some extra headaches. Let's just put it out there. Is it something that you should be awfully worried about? No, not necessarily. If you're watching this and you haven't yet planned your summer holidays, then of course, the astrologer in me is going to say something along the lines of, you may not necessarily want to travel throughout this period. You may want to postpone things. But I'm fully aware of the fact that it may not be possible. So do take those extra sort of precautionary measures. For those of you who have in-laws, an old issue, an old challenge, an old problem connected with the in-laws might come up in conversation once more, and communication with them may not necessarily feel as smooth and straightforward as it has been historically, let's say. Now let's go back in time. So Mercury goes into Cancer on the 1st of June. On the 2nd of June, the Sun will sextile Saturn. I feel like you are finding a really good solution to either a work problem or a health-related problem. So whatever it is that you're coming up with, it's moving things along. You're seeing, again, the light at the end of the tunnel, and you're kind of bringing a crisis to an end. There's also a possibility that if you've been waiting for a response from someone who has a say over your financial life, I don't know, it could be your boss, it could be your accountant. The response, the answer that they're coming up with makes you quite happy. Let's just put it out there. 4th of June, also active a day before, a day after. Mercury is going to square Neptune in your 6th house of day-to-day work. You're really not getting along that well with someone that you're working with on a day-to-day basis, or that you're interacting with on a day-to-day basis, or someone that is supposed to offer you some sort of a service. So if someone's meant to fix your car, if they're meant to, I don't know, replace your faucet in the in the kitchen, I'm inclined to say that they're also not doing a great job. I'm also inclined to say that they don't really get what the issue is. So make sure that they've understood what the trouble is. Make sure that you're on the same page, because you might not be. In the workspace, things are just very fuzzy, and it's not necessarily the best day to kind of do detail-oriented work. Now, if you're presenting, I don't know, like a report, or if you're supposed to present stats, numbers, things like that, or if you're supposed to work with someone who was meant to compile stats and data and concrete sort of numbers for you, they might have made a mistake. And it might take you a good few days to figure out where the mistake is. 10th of June, active day before, day after. Mercury is once again at it. So Mercury in Cancer is going to square Saturn in your house of day-to-day work, as well as health. I mean, here is where I feel like you've got some heavy lifting that you need to be doing from an intellectual perspective in the workspace. You might also be doing some tedious work, some boring work. You're like, I don't want to compile these reports. I don't want to go through these stats. I don't want to look at these spreadsheets. But you may need to look at the spreadsheets. You may need to do the heavy lifting. Maybe it's not heavy lifting. Maybe it's just boring lifting, mentally, intellectually speaking. It also feels like things are sort of slow on a day-to-day basis. You might be a little bit in a rush, and people are not as much on the ball as you expect them to. You might also just have to wait a great deal of time, a significant amount of time. Maybe you're waiting in line somewhere. Maybe you're queuing somewhere, again, to buy something, to, I don't know, pay for a service of some sorts. If you're going to a doctor's appointment, if you're going to the dentist, be prepared to wait. Be prepared for things to take longer than you thought they would take. And if you're traveling on the 4th of June or on the 10th of June, day before, day after, once again, things are not as smooth as they could be. I foresee frustrations, delays, a little bit of confusion especially on the 4th of June, and delays around the 10th of June, day before, day after. Now you might be thinking, is there anything exciting? Is there anything nice happening at the beginning of June? Yes. But you know me, I have to go through the most significant aspects. I have to go through the most important transits either way. And some of them are more enjoyable than others. But that is life, ultimately. So probably one of the best combos of the year. And I know I said it. I said of the year, okay? Astrologically speaking, is coming up on the 9th of June. And you might also feel it a few days before and a few days after, my lovely Scorpios. I'm very excited for you, actually, because you're a water sign. And this beautiful combo is happening in the sign of Cancer, which is also a water sign. So water signs trine each other. Hence, you are amongst the signs that will benefit from this combination the most. What's happening? Two benefics are coming together, Venus and Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th house. Now you might be thinking, Rux, what is this likely to bring? So this is likely to bring some sort of blessing, protection, victory, success. Basically something awesome is happening in your 9th house. So there could be fantastic news coming in from abroad, fantastic news coming in from maybe someone who is based abroad. It could be someone who has a direct effect, a direct impact upon your financial situation. So it could be a business partner, it could be a client. Essentially, things are going beautifully and they are kind of bestowing their blessings upon you. There might also be fabulous news around a trip that you need to take, and you're very happy, you're looking forward to it. It's going to be amazing, but do remember the Mercury retrograde in case it is happening throughout the Mercury retrograde. Jupiter and Venus together can bring gifts. So this can manifest as a gift, symbolically speaking, in the form of a long distance trip, in the form of a blessing from a legal status standpoint. There can also be gifts coming in from 9th house individuals, such as in-laws, spiritual mentors, teachers, professors, people that you look up to, people that you admire. If you're waiting for news regarding your application to a PhD program, MBA program, academic program of any kind, of any type, oh boy, this Venus-Jupiter conjunction, fabulous, 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 fabulous. The same goes for Scorpio risings who have children. There can be fantastic news and a reason for massive celebration coming in as a result of your child maybe getting into their university of choice. You are very proud of them. You feel very lucky to have them in your life. Speaking of luck, overall, it does seem to me like you feel very, very lucky, like you feel blessed, especially in regards to children, love, money. I'm like, that's a lot of things, okay? Also in regards to divinity, because the 9th house is very strongly connected with faith and divinity as well. In regards to divinity, sort of resolving an issue for you, kind of bringing up a solution for you, and you finally finding a sense of relief. I will say. People are looking out for you. They're looking after you. They are bestowing their blessings upon you in some shape or form, Scorpio risings. So I am loving this time for you I cannot stress this enough. Is the 9th of June, I mean, I realize I've said, 10th of June, Mercury is squaring Saturn, but is the 9th of June, and maybe also the day before, the 8th of June, and the 7th potentially, but especially the 8th and the 9th, is it a good time to travel long distance? Yes. Yes. Is it a good time to book a trip? Also, yes. 13th of June until the 9th of July, Venus goes into your 10th house of career in Leo. Venus is the ruler of your 7th house and the ruler of your 12th house. So what is this telling me? It's essentially telling me, Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings, that professional collaborations, professional partnerships, important clients are probably going to be very much kind of front and center for you. They're going to be the main priority for you from a professional perspective until the 9th of July. Now, Venus is also the bringer of pleasure, value, relationships in general, diplomacy, agreements, art, beauty. When it's transiting the 10th house, generally people experience admiration from a public status and public reputation perspective. So if you're thinking of upgrading or updating in some shape or form your reputation, your image out there in the world, your portfolio, your LinkedIn, whatever it could be, your CV, this is a very, very good time to do so. If you're thinking of scheduling, I don't know, like a photo shoot to get new headshots, yes, I really like this time. I also want to say that if you are thinking of kind of bringing someone in your corner, so signing an important partnership, an important contract, especially from a professional perspective, Venus is here to help. It might also feel, Scorpios, like your personal relationships are very much in the spotlight. Everyone's kind of curious. They're like, oh, what are you doing? You're getting married, or you planned this big thing with your partner. So it may feel like the world is paying a great deal of attention to your relationships. Now, do be careful, do be cautious though, because Venus is also the ruler of your 12th house. So I know you're a Scorpio rising or sun, but sometimes you may like to believe that people have the best sort of intentions. And even though there is this kind of voice inside of you saying, no, watch out for this person, you may choose to ignore it. I'm like, no, please, if there is a voice inside of you saying, keep an eye out for this, or keep an eye on this person, they are not as friendly as they appear to be. So if your gut or your intuition is telling you that, Scorpios, listen to it, because someone might come across as super friendly towards you and as wanting to help you, but they actually do have a little bit of a hidden agenda, just as an FYI. For those of you who are looking to attract additional professional opportunities, Venus is very helpful though. I do want to put it out there. New moon, 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after in your 8th house, and Mercury, which is the ruler of this new moon, is going to be in Cancer, sextiling Mars in the 7th house of relationships. And co-present with Jupiter. Mercury is co-present with Jupiter, which is also very important. So this new moon can bring in a fresh start when it comes to the topic of debts, taxes, investments, mortgages, insurance, inheritance, your partner's resources, shared resources in general that you might have with someone else. It feels like you're maybe reaching some sort of an agreement in regards to one of these topics. It could be a legal contract. It could be a legally binding agreement, okay? But it feels like it's a solid contract. It's a good agreement. It's a win-win type of agreement, okay? So maybe you're drafting a contract, maybe you're signing something, maybe you're getting approval for like a big mortgage or like a big loan. Maybe you're deciding to approach the topic of investments from a different standpoint. By the way, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of whoever it is that you listen to from a financial perspective. This is pure entertainment only, okay? So from an investments perspective, maybe you want to learn more. Maybe you're ready to sign up for a class, a course. Maybe you're working with a mentor of some sorts. And I gotta say, to me, it looks like they have a lot of good knowledge, a lot of good information to bring to the table. There's also a possibility that if you are in a relationship, your partner might be making more money, or they might be clearing off some outstanding debt. Maybe you're paying off credit cards, maybe they're paying off credit cards, and it just feels like you're entering a new stage, a more auspicious stage from the perspective of debt, taxes, all of that. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. A fabulous day. The energy is active also day before and day after. A fabulous day from a career perspective. I feel like you're very inspired. You are sort of dazzling people with your creative ideas, with your ability to kind of like move fast and think on your feet and come up with solutions for everyone involved. I also believe you're generally very inspired when it comes to your professional path. However, Venus is also opposing Pluto. There's some stuff going on at home, behind the scenes, maybe between you and a family member, maybe between your parents, that you may prefer to kind of keep under wraps, that you may prefer to keep hidden. But it is sort of weighing on you quite heavily. I'm gonna say it. And there is a possibility that something might be changing for good, I'm gonna say forever to an extent, in your private life, just as an FYI. Now, it could be the transformation of an important relationship, but it could also be that something is kind of being shaken up to its core. 19th of June until the 18th of September, Chiron goes into Taurus in your 7th house of partnerships, relationships, one-to-one interactions. Now, the 7th house is also the house of adversaries and open enemies, Scorpios. So this transit is probably going to... This might sound like very simplistic astrology, but sometimes astrology is super straightforward. It is kind of what you see is what you get. So this transit might actually weaken your enemies. Like, who doesn't want that? It might weaken your competition. It might also mess up a little bit with your partner's self-worth and self-esteem. So if you are in a relationship, it's not necessarily great for the partner. The partner might have sort of body image issues. They might experience some body image issues, or they might need to deal with something from a physical perspective or from a financial perspective, by the way. That's a possibility. Something that does not necessarily have a super straightforward solution, okay? So it may take them a while to go through a little bit of like trial and error. The sun goes into Cancer 21st of June. It illuminates your 9th house, which is already very strongly activated by Mercury. I do feel like, once again, you're looking at the big picture of your life. You're taking stock of what is important, what is meaningful, what is not meaningful for the next month, and topics such as long distance traveling, academia, legal matters are kind of front and center. 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn, a superb day. It's also active, the energy, the day before, the day after. A superb day for business partnerships, long-term contracts, long-term collaborations, a superb day to bring something to life, to kind of translate it into the 3D reality, something that has maybe an artistic or kind of aesthetic streak to it. Long-term collaborations, though, seem to be the number one thing that stands out. You might also feel like someone's helping you in very practical ways, in very concrete ways, with your status and reputation. So I like it. Mars, your chart ruler, goes into Gemini, 28th of June until the 11th of August. Ooh, this is going to be exciting. So it's going to be exciting, especially in July when it's connecting with Uranus. And basically, Mars is your chart ruler. It is also the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. Boy, do you need to come up with new ideas, new solutions. You might need to kind of move fast and think on your feet, especially when it comes to day-to-day work over the next, 6 weeks, roughly. You might need to move really fast and come up with solutions and talk to people who can help you when it comes to matters connected with money, finances, investments, shared assets, shared resources, and such, insurance, taxes, things like that. 29th of June, Mercury goes retrograde, and also 29th of June, we have a little bit of a difficult full moon. It's a full moon in Capricorn, activating the 3rd house, 9th house axis. It is squaring Neptune and Saturn. I feel like something is not coming together in the way that you wanted it to or expected it to, especially when it comes to traveling or exams or education or work or working with people who are based abroad or in different offices. There may be a bit of a crisis when it comes to an international office. There might be a total change of plans. There might also be some challenges on the transportation front, so your car might need to be fixed, repaired, replaced, things like that. Things on the road, very difficult around this time, so do keep that in mind. And 30th of June, I have left obviously the best for last. Jupiter goes into Leo in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation, all the way until July 2027. Now, this is a transit that I did cover in the 2026 All Signs Horoscopes webinar with Anastasia. So we ran a webinar together at the end of last year where we covered the big transits for each of the 12 zodiac signs, and we did cover this this transit. I will say this: the last time when this happened, let me share this. So, the last time when Jupiter was transiting through Leo for you in your house of career, Scorpio risings, was between July 2014 until August of 2015. So have a think about how your career, your professional status, your reputation benefited from this transit. Jupiter is the bringer of opportunities, expansion, good luck, growth, adventure, leaps of faith. Is it likely to take you out of your comfort zones also? Yes, that is very, very, very much a possibility as well. I also want to flag, though, Jupiter is the ruler of your house of income, so there will be opportunities to make significantly more money over the next year, Scorpio risings, if that is something that you want. There's also going to be an opportunity to capitalize upon your talents and skills and resources in a very visible way. And that is Scorpio. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. June. I think you're going to like June, Sagittarians, for the most part. I'm going to start off with that. Now, one of the number one reasons, and I know some people hate it when I do this, one of the number one reasons why I believe you're going to like June is because at the very end of June, Jupiter, your chart ruler, is changing signs. It's changing signs from Cancer into Leo. So that's happening on the 30th of June. It is going to be a year-long transit. And why are you gonna like this, Sagittarians? Because Leo is a fire sign, just like you. So Jupiter in Leo will be in a harmonious aspect, whole sign speaking, with either your sun, if you're a Sagittarius sun, or your ascendant. Essentially, you're getting out of a year-long chapter of having to do a lot of personal healing, digging into the psyche, having to deal with the expansion of your fears, your anguishes, having to deal potentially with crises on a personal level, having to experience significant transformations at a psychological level. And yes, whilst there may be some benefits to that, I'm sure there are. I'm sure you're already taking note of these. Boy, I think this was not necessarily the easiest of transits for you. So, Sagittarians, woohoo! Give it up for Jupiter in Leo. Jupiter, I repeat, is going to be in Leo all the way until July of 2027. The last time when this happened was between July of 2014 until August of 2015. So have a think about how that year was like for you. Jupiter transiting your 9th house is probably going to bring ample opportunities to travel far and wide, especially long distance. It may bring ample opportunities on the academic front. It may broaden your horizons. I actually expect it to do that. When it comes to your belief system, your worldview, your interaction with foreign lands, foreign countries, foreign cultures, it may bring blessings from abroad, so to speak, or from your interaction with different cultures. So there is plenty to look forward to. Now, we are not at the end of June. I mean, I did jump to the end of June. And now I'm going to jump back to the beginning of the month. So 1st of June, Mercury goes into Cancer in your 8th house, and it's actually going to stay there throughout June, July, and the first part of August. Now, Mercury is also the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, collaborations, and the ruler of your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. Essentially, with Mercury in this part of your chart, you can expect intense conversations with partners, bosses, business partners, accountants, anyone who's got a say in some shape or form over your financial situation. You may need to open up about some topics that bring really, really big emotions to the surface. There is a possibility that people are opening up to you, and whatever it is that they're saying is also kind of generating strong emotional reactions throughout this period. And from a career perspective, I would actually expect things to get a little bit more intense. Maybe there's transformations in terms of leadership at work, changes on the bosses and authority figures front. If you have debts that you need to pay off, taxes that you need to sort out, then this transit is saying, okay, think about it, make a plan, and go for it. If anyone else has an impact upon your financial situation, then you have to talk to them. I'm like, there is no other way around it. Now, Mercury is going to be retrograde also in this part of your chart, Sagittarians, from the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So there may be some delays, challenges in communication, frustrations around how things are being understood or misunderstood. When it comes to money issues, debts, taxes, loans, mortgages, insurance, investments potentially. On the investments front, things might not necessarily go in the direction that you thought they would go. This is not financial advice, by the way. Please take it as pure entertainment only. If you're expecting someone to pay you, then they might be late. If you need to pay someone, you might not necessarily have all the money ready to kind of pay your debt, and you may need to ask for an extension of some sorts. So yeah, there's quite a bit going on, and a crisis in the workspace or a relationship crisis may actually come back to your attention. I'm not saying that it is unsolvable. I think everything is solvable, but it almost feels like an old issue is being brought back into the spotlight, and it might be until at least the end of the retrograde, or actually until the post-retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to be second week of August, by the way, for this whole thing to be cleared out. If it doesn't sound like fun, it is because it is not necessarily going to be fun, this part in particular. Now, 2nd of June, the Sun sextiles Saturn. I feel like you're getting along really well with someone. You're communicating very well with them. You're on the same page. You might be on the same page about an important concrete plan. You could be discussing about concrete plans with a significant other. And I repeat, you seem to be very much aligned. You could be talking about goals for the future or things that need to be done with your partner on the children front. And to me, it looks like you make a very good team. You make a solid team. I'm gonna say this. 4th of June and 10th of June, maybe also day before, day after, for both of these dates. Mercury will be squaring on the 4th of June, Neptune in your 5th house, and on the 10th of June, Saturn in your 5th house. So communication with children, communication with romantic partners is probably not necessarily as easy or as smooth as you thought it would be. There is a possibility you might need to talk about difficult things. There is a possibility you might need to talk about money. There is a possibility you might need to say no to them. They might ask you for money. I don't know. Let's say you have kids. So your child might ask you for more money and you might say, no, we actually can't afford this right now because we've got other things that we need to pay. Are they likely to be disappointed? Yes. From a romantic perspective, 4th of June and 10th of June are not my favorite days. I mean, especially if you're single and you're kind of out there looking to date. I don't want to say I wouldn't bother, but I would almost not bother. I wouldn't bother because someone is not necessarily who they appear to be around the 4th of June, and things might just feel very dull and boring around the 10th of June if you do go out on a date. Now, 9th of June is probably one of the best days of the year. And I know that is a bold claim to make. Two benefics are coming together, Venus and Jupiter. They're coming together in Cancer in your 8th house. Now, two benefics together are likely to bring blessings. They are likely to bring relief. They are likely to bring joy. So there could be some sort of a blessing / gift that you receive around this time, Sagittarians, when it comes to, well, money. I am inclined to believe someone might cover an expense for you, or they might offer you a really valuable gift. There is also an opportunity for you to be the bestower of gifts, the bestower of blessings upon someone else. So if you are in a generous mood and a generous kind of state of mind, and let's face it, you are ruled by Jupiter, so you may be by nature quite generous, then you're going to have the opportunity to do someone a solid and to help them out. And it could be a family member, it could be a friend, it could be someone that you work with. Speaking of family members, friends, and work colleagues, or people that you work with in general, or people that you interact with on the health front. So I don't know, your dentist, someone that you go to for like gym sessions, so your personal trainer, they may have a big gift for you also, and they might help you with something that's going to offer a significant amount of relief for you. They could also just be really good friends to you when you need them the most. And I do think you realize how lucky you are around the 9th of June to have certain people in your life. The other way around, I repeat, is very possible. You might be able to, I know this sounds again like a bold claim, but you might literally be able to like save someone. And you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, and you feel happy about it, and everyone feels happy, and it's just this kind of good vibes, good emotions, good feelings moment. Venus goes into Leo 13th of June. So we do have this kind of like change of the guard in June starting to happen from Cancer into Leo. 13th of June all the way until July the 9th, if I'm not mistaken, but let me just double check. Yes, I am correct. So Venus transiting this part of your chart is likely to make traveling very enjoyable. It's likely to make interactions with people from different cultures very enjoyable. Also, you might travel for work. You might travel with friends. You might make friends if you're traveling. Friends might travel to see you. Relationships with in-laws are likely to be very convivial and friendly and go really well. So I am very much liking this this transit. New moon 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after in your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. So this new moon is a fresh start on the partnership front, if you ask me. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be on the personal side of things. Actually, I am inclined to believe that you might start working in a new way with someone. It could be in the workspace. So maybe you're signing an important contract, you're starting an important collaboration. It is a collaboration that's going to help you clear out some debts. Maybe you're very excited from this standpoint. It's like, oh, fantastic! I'm going to make enough money to pay off the credit cards and whatnot. There's also a possibility if you are in a relationship, that your relationship with a significant other is experiencing some sort of an improvement because you're agreeing to operate differently on a day-to-day basis. Maybe you've had the difficult talks, the hard talks. Maybe you've both kind of expressed what bothers you on a day-to-day basis, and you've made some requests. You're like, oh, if you, I don't know, this may sound very like innocuous, but I know couples do fight because of these things, and it's normal, it's natural. We care about the small stuff. We sweat the small stuff, no matter how much we might think we don't. So you might agree that someone's gonna do the washing of the dishes on a day-to-day basis, and someone else is going to do the vacuuming, and it seems to work so much better because there is no more frustration and there has been clear communication about who does what. You may also start working with someone on the health front. It's probably for the better. It could be a new person kind of helping you deal with an old issue. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune, a lovely day for travel, going out on a date, connecting with friends, maybe also collaborating with people on a creative project, coming together with like-minded individuals. You feel very inspired. You feel like you're sort of like brimming with ideas. It's a very, very good day to have fun also in an active way, like a physically active way. So I don't know, go for a hike, play tennis, things like that. But also on the same day, Venus is opposing Pluto. So the conversation that you're having with someone is sort of worrying you a little bit because you realize you're not actually on the same page. And they might share some things that you did not see coming that feel pretty intense. The conversation with a sibling, a cousin, a colleague, or a mentor or a teacher may kind of rattle you a little bit. I also foresee the possibility of a relationship with one of these people going through a transformative time around the 17th of June. Chiron goes into Taurus 19th of June until the 18th of September. So this transit is going to really kind of rattle any sort of weak spots that you've got in terms of health. Now, this is not medical advice. Please take the advice of the doctor no matter what comes up. If you haven't been taking care of your health in any shape or form, if there are certain habits that you know are not good for you, oh boy, you can expect Chiron to kind of pour salt on the wound. And I say this not to put you off, not to scare you. I say this because these things have been building up over time. So they're probably not going to come as a surprise. You need to do something about it, Sagittarians. I mean, obviously you don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. You are a free individual. You've got your own free will, but I do want to make you aware of this transit. The sun goes into Cancer 21st of June for the next month, and once again, it illuminates that 8th house sector of shared assets, shared resources, crisis, transformation, fear, and so on, but also investments. 25th of June, active day before day after, Venus trines Saturn. You're working really nicely with someone on a creative project. You may reach some sort of an agreement with a romantic partner, with a child. You might also make a significant purchase. You might pay for something, and it could be for something travel related. It could be for something connected with your education. It could be something connected with your legal status, your, I don't know, visa or foreign passport or something like that. It is money very well spent. It's also a very good day for a date. It's a very good day to work on something from a creative standpoint, to maybe attend a sort of social event that has like a business side to it. So I like it. Mars goes into Gemini 28th of June until the 11th of August. This is going to be a spicy time. It is going to be a spicy time, especially from the 29th of June onwards when Mercury goes retrograde. Why? Because some people are going to be angry. They're going to be angry, and you might be thinking, oh, I thought we had already dealt with this. So when I say some people, who could it be? It could be your kids, if you have kids. It could be a partner, it could be a life partner, it could be a business partner. They are going to be angry and vocal about it. And they might be angry, I repeat, about things that you thought you had already addressed. Now, their words and their reactions may sometimes, throughout this period until August, may sometimes feel unnecessarily strong. But if you dig a little bit deeper, I believe it's got something to do with the fact that they are still sort of hurting. They are still suffering in some shape or form. The other thing though is for the next 6 weeks, 28th of June until the 11th of August, people might be in a rush and they might try to rush you and to push you into doing something. And to that I say, remember that Mercury is retrograde. So before you sign any contracts, before you agree to anything, especially if it has like a financial undertone to it, don't rush, no matter how much pressure other people might be putting on you. And I can tell you, they're going to be calling you, they're going to be emailing you, they're going to be like, why are you waiting? Well, why the delay? 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Capricorn, squaring Neptune and Saturn in your 5th house. This is a little bit of a tense full moon because it feels like something is costing a lot more than you thought it would cost. It feels like you have to pay for something and you're not convinced, you're not sure whether this is the right thing to buy or to pay for. It could be that you have to cut down on some expenses, maybe because money is a little bit tight, especially when it comes to children, when it comes to fun, enjoyable activities. So I feel like you're caught up between a nail and a hard place. I think that's what they say. And you have to make some tough calls, some tough decisions from a money standpoint. And you're not happy. Maybe your kids are not happy, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do from a pragmatic perspective, from a realistic perspective. There's also a possibility you may not necessarily feel very appreciated by someone on the romantic side of things. So if you're dating someone, if you've been dating them maybe for some time, it may be very obvious to you, it may be very clear to you that you're either not on the same page in terms of values, so it's kind of blatantly obvious, or they are maybe to an extent taking you for granted, and that's probably not that is probably not gonna fly with you, Sagittarians. So you might cut them loose. Romantic relationships are not having the best moment at this point in time. But you gotta do what you gotta do once more. And that is Sagittarius. Now let us move on to my dear Capricorns. Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. Okay, Capricorns. Clearly you're gonna be busy. And clearly you shall be busy in June. You are busy in general. But there's also quite a bit of action going on this month on the partnership front, the relationships front, the interactions with others front. So let's just start off with the very, very beginning. 1st of June, Mercury goes into Cancer in your 7th house of relationships. And Mercury is going to stay there for quite some time. Mercury is going to be in this part of your chart, June, July, and the beginning of August. It looks like you're going to have many conversations. And sometimes you might actually have to return to the same conversation, especially you're going to have conversations with partners, colleagues, co-workers, people that are supposed to offer you services of some sort. So it could be, I don't know, it could be your personal trainer, it could be the person who fixes your car. So there's a lot of communication with others. And I repeat, some conversations you might have to go back to, especially when Mercury goes retrograde in the same part of your chart, 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So old issues might come back to your attention. Now, to me, it actually feels like you're, for the most part, getting along very well with the people that you're working with this month. If you inquire, after their sort of mood, their feelings. If you ask them what's going on at home, how is life, how is the family, what are your travel plans? And speaking of travel plans, if anyone that you're working with, be it a colleague or be it your doctor, if anyone is traveling when Mercury is going retrograde, 29th of June until the 23rd of July, there is a possibility that this might get in the way of you resolving some issues. So I do want to kind of manage your expectations. Things in the workspace may be quite slow and frustrating, and communication in general might not necessarily go as expected when Mercury is retrograde. I will say this. So end of June until the last week of July. So I would recommend getting as much done as possible before that. And after that, just give people time to get back in touch with you whenever they're checking their emails on holiday. I hope they don't do that, but I do that. I know a lot of people do that. So hey, it is what it is. Speaking of holiday, if you're going on holiday yourselves, if you're traveling end of June until the 23rd of July, make sure that you get to the airport on time. Make sure that everyone's got their passports with them. Make sure that you haven't forgotten anything, that you haven't left anything back at the hotel if you're traveling back. Because, hey, Mercury retrograde. Mercury is also the ruler of your 9th house, Capricorn risings especially. So there may be some confusion, some discombobulation regarding long distance travels in particular. Now, if you are traveling end of June until the last week of July, please get travel insurance, including from a health standpoint, because Mercury is also the ruler of your 6th house of health. Now, I'm not saying that you are going to have any issues. There's, however, a possibility that someone that you're traveling with, it could be the partner, it could be someone that you're, I don't know, meeting over there, they might have some issues also. So I would kind of extend the same piece of advice to your entire maybe travel party, let's say. And if you're dealing with any sort of legal matters, if you are interacting with, I don't know, the law in any shape or form, do expect delays and frustrations regarding communication when Mercury is retrograde. Things are not necessarily as clear as they're supposed to be. And if you have an attorney or a legal advisor, you may want to look into whether someone else would be better suited to support you on a legal matter whilst Mercury is retrograde. Now, it could also just be that your regular sort of legal advisor is not as on the ball as you expect them to be. So do keep a close eye on any sort of like paperwork, etc. I would not necessarily sign contracts whilst Mercury is retrograde, 29th of June until the 23rd of July, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. So if you do have to sign any contracts, work-related or collaborations-related or health-related even, because I know sometimes people sign up for like payment plans for like health purposes and so on. Please read all of the fine print, please, and take your time. And maybe, again, unless it's an emergency, maybe postpone it until the retrograde is over. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. I did say it is a busy month. The sun is going to be in Gemini in your 6th house of day-to-day work all the way until the 21st of June when it moves into the 7th house of partnerships and relationships. So it essentially illuminates your work sector and day-to-day kind of to-do list sector throughout this period. You are getting a lot done though around the 2nd of June. I am going to say you're very productive, you're on it, you're fixing problems, you are kind of hitting your goals, you're resolving issues, you're getting people out of crises. And also around the 2nd of June, you might be fixing something around the house. You might be repairing something. You might be helping a family member with something practical. It's looking good. 4th of June, Mercury squares Neptune. And 10th of June, Mercury squares Saturn. Both of these are in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So conversations and communication with family members are not necessarily going great around the 4th of June and around the 10th of June. Around the 4th of June, it just feels like someone's being vague on purpose, and you're like, no, just say it. Just say what you... Maybe they're not being vague on purpose. Maybe they're just being vague and hoping you're going to read their thoughts. But we are not in the business of reading thoughts in this lifetime. I'm being very sarcastic here. Let me take a step back. But I know you can take sarcasm, Capricorns. I am surprised still how many times people suffer because someone in their lives cannot read their mind. And I know I'm simplifying. They're like, oh, but I anticipate so well what their needs are, but I always pay so much attention to their needs and their feelings. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a practical individual, Capricorns. You have a job to do. You want to get stuff done. You want to get things going. You want to reach your targets and your goals. And it can be very frustrating when someone is kind of thinking, when someone is thinking something and they're not saying it. And they're like, but what do you think? Or, yes, they might even like throw something in, such as, oh, I'm gonna leave you to it, and maybe you're gonna figure out what is on my mind. So those are the kinds of conversations that you might have around the 4th of June. Be kind to the person, because it does look like they are suffering a little bit. It could be a parent, it could be a significant other. They're suffering as in they're hurt. So I don't see them like actually, so they're not dealing with a crisis, they're not dealing with an emergency, but yeah, it's going to be hard to get the words out of them. Same seems to be the case around the 10th of June. Now, here is where I believe you're not necessarily someone is talking to you and you're not necessarily agreeing with them. Saturn, which is your chart ruler, is in a square to Mercury. So someone might try to get you to agree with them, but you're like, no, that doesn't make sense. No, that doesn't work for me. No, that is not the way that I want to do things. They might try to convince you, you're probably not going to agree, and it can feel like the whole conversation is quite frustrating. There's also a possibility around the 4th of June and around the 10th of June that something may be malfunctioning around the house and it may need to be replaced, and it could be the Wi-Fi, it could be something mercurial, like the Wi-Fi, maybe the television set, I don't know, maybe the computer, and someone's complaining about it. Or it could be that, let's say you've got your dad saying, oh, my iPad isn't working, and you're like, I don't have time to look into it right now. One of the best days of June and of the year, Capricorns, though, is happening on the 9th of June. You might feel this energy also a few days before, so kind of 7th, 8th, maybe even the 10th. But especially, like, again, the energy is very, very strong on the 9th. We have two benefics coming together. I mean, it doesn't get sweeter than this. We've got Venus and Jupiter coming together in Cancer in your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. So this is telling me that there's a blessing waiting for you, something good, something beautiful, something lovely, something very auspicious waiting for you or coming in for you when it comes to one of the following. When it comes to your romantic life, this is a superb time for romance, I am going to say. It's a superb time to ask someone to marry you. It's a superb time to meet a partner that really is kind of head over heels and they're in it for the long term. So you may attract love, or an existing relationship might experience a massive blessing of some sorts. If you're trying to have a kid, if you're in a relationship, and if you're trying to like get pregnant, oh my God, this is very, very possible around this time. The family could be growing, it could be expanding. Your partner could also experience a major success on the personal front, but also on the career front in particular. There could be some sort of reason to celebrate something publicly related to your relationship sector. Your partner's very happy, you're very happy because they are happy, and it just feels like you're very lucky to have the people that you have in your life. And there may be like a really kind of obvious person. It could be your significant other. It could also be your children. It could also be someone that you didn't even see coming, or that just kind of like came into your life and now They're literally a source of joy and happiness for you. You are feeling very lucky to have the people that you have in your life. I will just say it. It is what it is. It's great. 10th of June, I did mention the Mercury Saturn square. 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo until the 9th of July. This is generally a good time. And I will caveat it with the fact that this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of whoever it is that you listen to when it comes to money and finances. This is likely to be a very good time overall when it comes to investments. So you may see some good results on the investments front. You may find some relief over the next few weeks when it comes to debts, taxes. Maybe you are feeling great about the fact that you're paying off some debts, that you're paying off some credit cards. You might also be feeling very generous towards others. So I wouldn't be surprised if you bought gifts for people, if you maybe helped people out with their financial kind of challenges or worries. And I basically see you sharing a lot of what you have. This is also a very good time for intimacy. Yes, I shall say it. Intimacy. Fantastic. If you have kids though, this period could be a time when they are keeping something from you. Or you might want to keep to yourselves something connected with the topic of children. I mean, maybe you found out that your partner is pregnant and you don't want to share it with the world immediately, and you just kind of have to stay mum, keep mum, stay mum, whatever the right saying is, until July. New moon in Gemini, 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. Some of you could be starting a new job. Some of you could be starting a new health regimen. Some of you could start working with a new health practitioner, I don't know, a new acupuncturist, a new personal trainer, a new dentist. You may also start a new work collaboration around the same time. And I do believe it's likely to be very, 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 very fruitful. So the person that you're starting a new collaboration with has lots of knowledge, lots of ideas. Their mind is kind of on it. They're coming up with a fresh approach. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm also liking the fact that Mercury is co-present with Jupiter. So Mercury is the ruler of the new moon. It feels like there is major scope for growth when it comes to this new project or new work collaboration or new health collaboration also. Venus, 17th of June, is trining Neptune and it is opposing Pluto. So this is quite the mix. This is quite the mix. 17th of June, maybe also day before, day after. These are some really nice days to spend at home with loved ones, maybe to have fun with your family, with maybe the kids, maybe with your parents. It's a great time to maybe redecorate the home. You seem to be very inspired in this direction. You might also be bringing some of the ideas that come to you around this time that sort of dawn on you when it comes to your living space. You might bring them to life around the 25th of June. So you might buy the new sofa. You might start kind of like painting the walls. 25th of June is when Venus is trining Saturn in the 4th house of home and living situation. You may also be helping someone at home around the 17th of June, and they are feeling super grateful and you're happy to be there and to offer support. I will say though, 17th of June, day before, day after, very expensive. I'm like, very, very, very expensive. Something ends up costing a lot more than you thought it would cost. There might be some hidden costs, some hidden expenses. Do read the fine print if you're signing up for like a mortgage or a loan in any shape or form. I also believe that if you're living with someone and let's say they have some really cool ideas about how you could redecorate the space, you might need to kind of restrict their enthusiasm a little bit because they're coming in with this big vision and it looks great, but it costs a fortune. So yeah, just kind of keep an eye on the costs. Chiron goes into Taurus 19th of June until the 18th of September. There is a possibility that potentially throughout this period, there might be something in your life that you feel like you potentially enjoy less. It could be something that involved your physical body. So maybe working out, playing tennis. So like a hobby that involved the physical body. If that is the case, then my recommendation would be to potentially look into whether there's anything you can do to kind of adapt the movement somehow. If you have children already, there is a possibility that they might be struggling a little bit with self-worth, self-esteem, and so on throughout this period. There may also be something connected with food that you maybe you can't enjoy as much as you used to. I mean, I don't know, there's a possibility you might be changing your diet, your kind of dietary habits with the new moon happening in your 6th house of health. And as a result, you might feel quite restricted, quite limited when it comes to enjoying fancy dinners. So I'm just putting it out there. The sun goes into Cancer in your 7th house of partnerships, collaborations, and relationships, 21st of June for the next month. So this sector is very kind of strongly highlighted. 25th of June, Venus trine Saturn. You're getting along really well with maybe someone that you've had some issues with on the family front earlier this month. You may help someone with a practical matter at home, and you might also see a creative vision come to life in the home space, I'd say. Mars, 28th of June, goes into Gemini in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. You know, I said you're going to be busy. You are going to be busy. The trouble is that Mercury, the ruler of your 6th house, goes retrograde 29th of June. So even though there is a lot to do in the workspace from the 28th of June until the 11th of August, other people are not being as helpful as they are supposed to be. Other people are inaccessible. Maybe they're away. Maybe they're on a break. Maybe they are making mistakes. Maybe they have no clue what they're doing and they are interfering with your work. So there is a chance that work kind of on and off from the 28th of June until the 11th of August. And I would look especially at the 4th of July, a few days before, a few days after. There is a chance that work might rile you up. It might get you quite angry because of other people for the most part. I'm gonna say that. You might also need to move very fast throughout this period to fix other people's mistakes. So do keep an eye on the ball, and if something is going down, I'm inclined to say, don't let it crash, because it may crash. And if you're waiting for someone else to come in and solve it or fix it, I'm like, probably not going to happen. So it's a good time to kind of think on your feet and act fast. Full moon, 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after in Capricorn. It's a little bit of a tense full moon, I'm gonna say. Something is coming together at home in your personal life, in your family life, but it's not exactly coming together in the format that you expected it to come together in. So maybe there is a problem, maybe there is an issue, maybe something needs to be replaced or fixed or repaired. You may have some difficult interactions with a parent, with a family member, or maybe even with a significant other regarding a home and property related matter. If you were waiting for something to kind of reach closure regarding the place that you're supposed to live in or the place that you've bought, other people are not making your life easy. So there may be delays. The whole process might take a lot longer. If you've been fixing things around the house, if you've been renovating the house, again, there may be a delay. So I do really want to manage your expectations. There's also a possibility that if anyone's been working on your home, they might not have done the job in the way that you wanted them to do the job, and you may need to replace them. You might also need to have some tough conversations with a partner or with a family member regarding the day-to-day kind of like functioning of things at home. And as much as it maybe hurts you to kind of say things out loud, unless you say something, they are probably not going to change anything. Just putting it out there. 30th of June, Jupiter goes into Leo in your 8th house, and this is a very exciting transit. My lovely Capricorns. It is a year-long transit because Jupiter spends approximately a year in each sign. The last time when Jupiter transited Leo in your 8th house was between July 2014 until August 2015. And this time it's going to transit this part of your chart all the way until July of 2027. So this transit can bring blessings, opportunities, good luck, and expansion when it comes to investments, when it comes to inheritance, shared assets, receiving money from others, shared resources. It can also, however, amplify the amount of money that you have to pay in terms of taxes, debts, loans, etc. And maybe this is something that you've already kind of planned for. Maybe you're taking out a big mortgage and of course you expect to pay the mortgage back, essentially. Whatever it is that you're afraid of, whatever it is that you haven't dealt with, whatever it is that you've been shoving under the metaphorical rug from a psychological perspective, you're probably going to have to deal with it over the next year, my dear Capricorn. So your fears are probably going to have to be addressed and kind of dissected and spoken about. And if you have any habits or anything that you do that is sort of self-destructive, that is a source of self-sabotage, you bet it's going to come to the surface. It's going to be quite clear and it's going to get amplified, and it may even cause a crisis. In order for you to change that, in order for you to acknowledge it, in order for you to understand, okay, this is what I'm doing. I've been doing this in an unconscious manner, and now that I've realized this, I can kind of let it transmute me. There is a possibility you may also attract benefits from other people from a financial standpoint. If you're looking to attract commissions, if you're looking to attract investors, I repeat, if you're looking to attract bursaries, scholarships, etc., this is a lovely transit. It is also a lovely transit for your intimate life. I am gonna say that. So enjoy that part. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. Fellow Aquarius, what does June have in store for us? I'm an Aquarius sun. So I can tell you this. There's going to be lots of work. There's going to be lots on your plate on a day-to-day basis. But there's also going to be some lovely developments this month. And with that, let's jump in. Aquarians, 1st of June. Mercury goes into your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. Mercury is the ruler of your 5th house. So I would actually expect you to be very kind of like mentally actively involved in all sorts of creative projects in the workspace throughout June, but also throughout July and the beginning of August, because guess what? Mercury is going to go retrograde at the end of the month. I know. It's coming. It is coming again. It is happening. And here we are. So this kind of Mercury transit that kicks off at the beginning of June, it might feel like, oh yeah, I just have a lot of stuff on my plate and I need to reach out to people and I'm working on this cool project and I've got lots of creative ideas. But boy, are you gonna probably go over and over and back and forth over these projects for the next 2 months, to be very, very honest. With Mercury going retrograde in this part of your chart from the 29th of June until the 23rd of July, and the post-retrograde shadow periods actually ends 2nd week of August, just as an FYI. Communication with coworkers, with colleagues, with the people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis is probably going to be a little bit on the sticky side. I would expect delays, I would expect frustrations, I would expect people to not get back to you in time. I would also potentially expect things to not work as they are supposed to work from a technological standpoint when Mercury is retrograde, end of the month until the last week of July. And once the retrograde comes to a close, 23rd of July, things are sort of slowly but surely coming back to normal. Now, Mercury being retrograde in this part of your chart may also bring back to your attention old work projects. You might need to review them, revisit them, redo them. You might need to dig out from the archives, the reports on certain projects. You may also have to deal with some old issues from a health standpoint. Now, this is not medical advice. Please take the advice of the doctor if anything comes up. It could be that something's been on your mind from a health perspective, sort of on and off, on and off, on and off, and then it comes back to your attention when Mercury goes retrograde. If you have children, it could be something connected with their health that comes back to your attention. Now, I'm not saying that they have an issue, just as an FYI, but let's say your kid needs to get braces. I know that is a very random example. And you've been sort of waiting it out, or you've been waiting for the dentist to confirm, hey, now's the time. So with Mercury going retrograde, it may feel like you need to kind of like check in on that issue and make a decision. The one thing that I will say, though, is, and by the way, I repeat, this is not medical advice. Take it as pure entertainment only. I would not necessarily start, for you or for other people in your life, new health-related treatments or kind of new health-related practices when Mercury goes retrograde, just because ultimately they might not feel like the right thing for you to include in your daily kind of to-do list. So you might change your mind once the retrograde is over. I would also not necessarily start new jobs when Mercury is retrograde, but hey, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to. Is it a good time to maybe work with people that you've worked with in the past? Yes, Aquarians, I will say this. 2nd of June, the Sun will sextile Saturn. I really like this day because it feels like conversations with children, with loved ones, maybe also with partners, with business collaborators. They're both very constructive as well as fun and entertaining. This is also a very good day to write things. It's a very good day to express your ideas in a creative manner. It's a very good day to study, to take an exam, to learn something. You feel inspired and also on the ball at the same time. 4th of June, Mercury squares Neptune. Day before, day after. I mean, there could be some issues on the road. There could be some delays on the road, maybe an incident, not necessarily connected with you. Maybe your train gets delayed or canceled or something like that. There could also be a little bit of confusion in the workspace regarding some stats, some numbers, some data. Not the best day, if you ask me, to work on factual stuff because you might make mistakes or other people might make mistakes and it may affect your work. 10th of June, Mercury squares Saturn. I feel like you've got some tedious work to do that requires you to kind of concentrate on topics that you don't necessarily like digging into. Maybe they are tedious. Maybe they are boring. Maybe you've just been postponing this work and you can no longer postpone it. If you are relying on anyone around the 10th of June to help you with your work, I don't think they will. I think you might end up disappointed. If you also expect anyone to help you with your work or with something that's on your plate around the 4th of June, they may be willing to help you, but they might make things worse. So you're better off just kind of taking care of the matter and doing the job yourselves, Aquarians, on this occasion. There might also be an issue both around the 4th of June and the 10th of June with like emails, communication, something might get lost in translation. So just double check and reconfirm that your emails have reached the other person's inbox. 9th of June is probably one of the best days of the year. I know. Really big claim, really bold claim. We have two benefics coming together. Venus and Jupiter, they're going to be conjunct in Cancer. You might also feel this energy potentially like a few days before the 9th of June. So maybe 7th, 8th, the 10th also possibly, but maybe from the 7th until the 9th the most. So Jupiter is the ruler of your house of income, of your house of goals and plans for the future and friends. Venus is the ruler of your house of home, property, living situation, and your 9th house. So Venus and Jupiter together essentially bring a big gift, a big blessing. They bring good luck, auspicious things, support, relief, freedom, abundance, pleasure, all of that good stuff. So to me, it feels like this conjunction could bring a fabulous opportunity from a work standpoint. It could bring a big relief from a health standpoint. It could bring significant joy when it comes to money and work, and this joy might involve some traveling. You're like, oh, we are finally gonna start working with this team that is based in, I don't know, like South America, and this feels awesome, and I cannot wait to make it happen. Anyone who's working for you is doing a fabulous job, and they might actually bring in like a big client, a big source of income, lots of money. If you're working for someone else, you might deliver a really good solution, and they want to reward you in a financial way, basically in an abundant way. I'm gonna say that. You also seem to really enjoy the workspace that you're in. If you've been looking for a new job, you finally seem to be in the right place. Maybe you have found the right opportunity. It could be that an opportunity finds you, that someone reaches out to you and says, oh my God, I think you are perfect for this. So I'm liking the 9th of June, even like the 7th and the 8th in terms of work, health, saying yes to new professional opportunities, traveling for work, but also from a health perspective. If you're thinking of investing in your health, oh my God, it's looking fabulous. And again, this is not medical advice, but it looks like if you are kind of in contact with anyone that's supposed to help you on this front, they know what they're doing, and I don't want to say they're going to be a lifesaver because you're in no like danger, but if you've been struggling with something on the physical front, on the health front, this person is really it. They've got the solution, and it looks like it's going to work, essentially. 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo all the way until the 9th of July. This is fantastic for you Aquarians from a relationship standpoint. So your relationships are likely to function a lot better, a lot smoother, a lot easier. People are eager to please you. If you're looking for a romantic partner, you may attract a romantic partner. It is a very good time to date. It is a very good time to kind of let people sweep you off your feet, because Venus is also the ruler of your 9th house. It is overall a good time to travel with a romantic partner, or if you are traveling for business purposes, or if you're generally kind of like traveling with a concrete goal in mind. To me, it looks like you are hitting that target, that objective, especially if it involves other people. I'm also inclined to say that you're basically spending time in other people's homes throughout this period, or there may be an opportunity to spend time in other people's homes throughout this period. Surprisingly, you might enjoy it a lot more than you thought you would, Aquarians. New moon, 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in Gemini in your 5th house. I like this. So for some Aquarians, this could be the start of a new chapter romantically. Maybe you are starting to date someone that you really like, and they like you back, and it feels like more of a thing on a day-to-day basis. It could also be the start of a new exciting project on the professional side of things, where you can really kind of channel your creative ideas. You can really kind of use these ideas that did not necessarily have an outlet before, and you are probably going to kind of swim or flow or both through the whole process, and it is likely to be way more fun than you initially thought it would be. If you're trying to have kids, I would not be surprised if this new moon brought news of pregnancy. Maybe some of you are starting to kind of like try out for that pregnancy. For those of you who have children already, to me it looks like the communication with children is entering like a new stage, a stage where it feels like you're getting along better on a day-to-day basis, and the kind of daily interactions between you and children are a lot smoother than they used to be. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. Oh, I feel like you're having a great time on this day. There's a caveat though. I feel like you're having a great time. It's a great day for a date. It's a great day to have fun, to be physically active with someone else, to say yes to an invitation from someone else, to say yes to maybe like a social occasion. It does feel like you're having a really good conversation with someone. You're very inspired. They are inspired by you. But to me, it also feels like you're hiding something. You are hiding it, and they might really kind of try to bring it out to the surface. So Venus is also going to be opposing Pluto on this day in your first house. So someone's trying to be really nice and you might feel like they are being extra intrusive. So you might kind of push back on that. There is a possibility that the relationship with someone is going through a big transformation. Maybe the relationship with a family member, a parent, or an in-law even. If you feel like you need to reassert your boundaries, you obviously have every right to do that, Aquarians, but like, be nice. Be nice. And I also say that to myself because sometimes my bluntness, my Mars in Gemini gets the better of me, and people also do not see it coming because my Cancer rising comes across as very welcoming, let's say. And then I deliver the words, the news, and they're like, oh my God. So yeah, you may surprise someone. I do believe you can kind of dilute the message a little bit, or just sort of, I don't want to say sugarcoat it, but yeah, kind of package it differently. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus until the 18th of September. There is a possibility that something's happening at home that just doesn't really kind of click with you that well. Maybe there's something that you're no longer liking from like a setup perspective. Maybe you need to replace some things around the house. There is also a possibility that a family member might be struggling with something from a financial perspective or from a physical body image perspective, and so on. Don't necessarily know if there's anything that you can do for them, if you can help them in concrete ways, other than be considerate of whatever it is that they're dealing with. The sun goes into Cancer also in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health, 21st of June for the next month, essentially. Like I said, you're busy, you're also health focused. And 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn, a great day for contracts, important business meetings, long-term agreements, maybe also to find someone that is meant to work on your home, or that is meant to deliver kind of home-related services, maintenance, and so on. I also believe that the communication with partners, family members, siblings, which I know are obviously family members, even in-laws, is going a lot better. Even if this was historically, maybe beginning of the month, first half of the month, even if it was a little bit more difficult. 25th of June, Mars goes into Gemini until the 11th of August. Now, technically, this could be a very fun time. It could be a very fun time. You may be very driven and motivated to have fun, to enjoy life. You might be very driven and motivated to sort of bring your creative ideas and your thoughts and your viewpoints into the professional sphere, to share these with the world. And I actually believe there is a fire that is lit under your proverbial back in terms of wanting to write, wanting to kind of share your thoughts, wanting to express yourselves creatively, Aquarians. You might also have a lot of fun whilst getting involved with other people in all sorts of like physical activities, such as playing tennis or going for hikes, or kind of doing physical stuff that has a social component to it. There is a caveat, though. There is a caveat. Mercury, the ruler of your 5th house, is going to be retrograde from the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. So please do not take unnecessary risks when it comes to having fun, when it comes to fun activities, because that could land you in hot water health-wise, especially around the 4th of July, a few days before, a few days after. So please do keep that at the back of your mind. 29th of June, also active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a little bit of a difficult full moon squaring Neptune and Saturn. There is something maybe coming to the surface from a health standpoint. Something, I repeat, maybe needs to be readdressed. Maybe you thought it was dealt with, but no, it's kind of still there. There's also a very high chance that something is cracking and maybe, I know, not fun, falling apart somehow in the workspace. So if you've got a website, if you are kind of working with digital platforms, I wouldn't be surprised if something big and destructive sounds like a big word, but destructive in a sense that a service is no longer working. So something big like a hack could also happen. Or the entire, I don't know, like software system stops functioning in the way that it's supposed to function. So essentially, I am seeing a little bit of a crisis in the workspace. Is it fun? No. Is it fixable? Yes, I think so. But it is probably going to kind of rattle you up a little bit because you are having a good time and you are enjoying life, and boom, this comes up. There is a possibility that some of you might be wrapping up a job around this time, or there could be an unexpected restructuring in the workspace. So maybe someone is leaving, or you find out that let's say your company was supposed to bring help on board and now they're no longer bringing help on board, and you're thinking, oh my God, everything is falling onto my shoulders and I need to do all of this work when I was expecting help to come in. There is, however, a really lovely transit that I'm looking forward to for you Aquarians at the end of the month. It starts off on the 30th of June and it lasts for a year, all the way until July of 2027. Jupiter transits Leo. This transit has already been addressed quite in depth in the 2026 All Signs horoscope webinar that I did with Anastasia at the end of 2025, which is available to purchase as a recording on my website. So we talked about all the big transits in 2026 for all 12 zodiac signs. The last time when Jupiter transited your 7th house is between July 2014 until August 2015. So have a think about how throughout that year your relationship sector evolved, because Jupiter transiting the 7th house is likely to bring expansion, growth, opportunities, blessings, protection, good luck, essentially. When it comes to the partnership sector, the relationship sector, and I will say you're very likely to benefit from this, Aquarians, especially from a financial perspective. I'm not saying that you can't benefit from this from a romantic perspective. Yes, so if you're single, if you're out there kind of like looking to date people, to find your significant other, then this transit is very likely going to bring options, okay? Now, if you're already in a relationship, this can be a transit that can benefit tremendously your partner. So your partner might be doing very well. There could be kind of like new doors opening up for them. They might be going through a stage of personal evolution, and you may be very happy for them. But going back to business partnerships, Jupiter is also likely to basically have a positive impact on your financial situation if you enter into new partnerships, new collaborations. And boy, will there be an opportunity. Jupiter can also bring in more friends into your life, or it can sort of expand your social circle, but it can do this through someone else, through your partner, through your other half, through your business partner. So there are various kind of like benefits to this transit. And now let us move on to Pisces, my dear Pisces, Pisces suns, and Pisces risings. June, what is cooking? What is going on, Pisces? You know what? Actually, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun this month. I know June can feel like a bit of a mixed bag for some signs, for some people. There is a lot going on Pisces, especially Pisces risings, in your 5th house this month. So there will be ample opportunities to have fun, to enjoy yourselves, to attend fun social events, to connect with loved ones over fun occasions, to maybe prioritize your passions and your hobbies. So all of that is very, very possible. Now, Pisces, let us start off with the 1st of June. So, 1st of June, Mercury goes into Cancer in your 5th house of fun, children, entertainment, hobbies. And Mercury is also the ruler of your 7th house. So to me, it looks like these kind of fun social occasions that I see coming involve other people, especially partners, significant others, maybe even business partners, potentially even family members. Now, you are probably going to think a lot about your kids also this month if you have kids. You're also probably going to think about how you can, I don't know, maybe romantically surprise your other half if you do have an other half. If you are single, then this transit can actually be very supportive of you dating and meeting some interesting people, some cool people. Mercury is going to go retrograde though. I'm like, you probably sensed this coming. You probably sensed there was a disclaimer. Mercury is going to go retrograde in this part of your chart on the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. The post-retrograde shadow period ends 2nd week of August. So communication with romantic partners, children, even family members is probably not necessarily going to be the easiest. It may feel like a source of frustration sometimes, and it may feel like you're sort of going back and forth over the same topics without necessarily making that much progress. Is there a possibility that some old issues might come back to your attention, connected with home, family, children, parents, and maybe you thought you had already dealt with them, but alas, it looks like either they are re-emerging, or you kind of need to have some tough talks around them once again. That's probably going to be a little bit of a theme for this Mercury retrograde. Now, throughout the retrograde, I would not necessarily make any new big commitments to your kids. So I would not say, oh yes, I'm going to pay for all of this, because once the retrograde is over, you might change your mind. I would also not necessarily jump to conclusions when it comes to anyone that you're dating. There is a chance that exes might be coming back to your attention, just as an FYI. Blasts from the past, the proverbial past. Should you give them another shot? I mean, that's totally, completely up to you. But I would not make a big commitment once again until you've given the retrograde a chance to be over, and until you've given yourselves kind of time to think things through. There's also a chance for those of you who have kids that they might be struggling with something on the educational front potentially throughout this this period, and my recommendation would be to be very gentle with them, to be very kind with them, because they're trying, but it is what it is. I mean, maybe they need a little bit of extra help. 2nd of June, the Sun sextiles Saturn. This is a very good day in order for you to to resolve something around the house, make a big purchase, sell something from the home. If you've been meaning to, I don't know, sell some tools that you aren't using, I would take advantage of the 2nd of June. You may also help a family member with a financial matter, and it could be that they need your help, that they need your support with a very concrete, practical issue at home. So your mom's, I don't know, like boiler is no longer working, and you can kind of like come in and help them from a material perspective. Now, you may help with some money, but you can also help from a practical standpoint. 4th of June, Mercury squares Neptune. Communication is quite fuzzy with children and also with romantic partners. If you have any dates planned for that day, I don't necessarily like this day. I don't like the 3rd of June either. I mean the day before or the day after. Someone might cancel on you at the very last minute, or if you're meeting someone for the very first time, you might be disappointed, or they might not be who they said they were. So again, disappointment, right? 10th of June, active day before, day after, it is when Mercury is squaring Saturn. So you could have some hard conversations, and you may need to call things by their name, even if it kind of pains you. You may need to have some hard conversations around money with your child, or with a family member, or with a significant other, especially when it comes to the cost of living, but also when it comes to fun activities. So you may not agree with this person's requests. Maybe they want to, I don't know, buy something really expensive or have you pay for something very expensive, and you're like, no, you're kind of drawing the line and saying, no, I actually am not going to pay for all of that. You might give them an alternative, but it may feel like a cheaper alternative. Now, 9th of June, this is probably one of the best days of the year. The best days of the year, yeah, I will stick to I will stick to this big claim. 2 benefics are coming together in your 5th house. Now, you've probably never heard me say this, Pisces. I don't think anyone has heard me say this. This is such a random example, and I want to emphasize the fact that astrology does not predict concrete material manifestation. It is only symbolically and archetypally predictive. If there was one day to play the lottery, Pisces risings especially, this is your day. This is your day to play the lottery. If you're feeling lucky, and this is not advice on how to live your life, on what financial decisions to make, but if you're feeling lucky, if you want to place a bet on something, if you feel like you're in a little bit of a player kind of mood, let's say, oh, yes. Yes. You actually are very lucky on the 9th of June. You're very lucky. There's basically no other way to say this. You may also feel very blessed. You may feel like there's a big source of joy. There's a big blessing, a big gift from the universe coming in via one of the following routes. So, romance could be one of them. You might feel very lucky to have someone in your life, or you might meet someone and it just feels like, this is it. This is my person. Children. So you may feel very privileged and literally lucky to be the parent of your child or your children. They may have a big success. Children may kind of score a major win, a big win. And it's probably something that is very significant for you also. It makes you super happy and you're really enthusiastic. It could have something to do with their education. It could have something to do with their career also. Speaking of career, I'm just like chuckling to myself. There is a chance that there is a big professional opportunity making its way to you, and it almost feels like it lands in your lap. It almost feels like this kind of sent by the heavens win or opportunity. Now, I will say, many times hindsight is 20/20, okay? So Pisces, if you have, let's say, what feels like a regular interaction on the 9th of June when it comes to romance or career, make no mistake, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction is still happening. This is still a very auspicious combination, but you may not necessarily realize it until further down the line. So please pay very close attention to what comes your way, career-wise, romantically, and also via children on the 9th of June, and maybe also the couple of days before that. Now, on the 13th of June, Venus goes into Leo in your 6th house of day-to-day work until the 9th of July. you're probably going to enjoy a lot more your day-to-day work. There's going to be some really kind of fruitful collaborations with people, and maybe it feels like you're attracting clients, you're attracting good support work-wise, you're attracting, if you're a business owner, you're attracting some really good potential employees if you're looking to recruit throughout this period. If you're dealing with anything from a health perspective, Venus strengthening the sixth house is likely to alleviate suffering and symptoms, and I want to stress this out. This is not medical advice, just as an FYI. Please take the advice of your doctor in case anything comes up. But overall, this can be a lovely transit from a work standpoint. Even if you're looking for work, it can be a lovely transit when it comes to attracting the right opportunities. If you're looking to hire people, fantastic. So I'm liking it. 15th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new one in your fourth house. For some Pisces, this can bring a fresh start home and living situation-wise. So maybe you're moving into a new home, maybe you're starting to look for a new home, maybe you're starting the process of selling a home or of buying a home. Maybe it feels like a fresh start at home in terms of the communication with family members, the communication with children. Speaking of children, if you are looking to have another child, another baby, I mean, there could be some really good news regarding pregnancy around this time. There is also a possibility that the family is kind of growing and expanding in some shape or form. Maybe you're not having another child, but maybe, let's say, your kid is presenting you their significant other and they're saying, oh, we're planning to get married. And it genuinely feels like there's kind of more people coming into the home. If you're looking to redecorate, remodel the house, buy nice things for the home, renovate, I like this new moon. I'm going to say it. I like this new moon. You have good creative ideas. You're on the same page with your significant other if you're moving in with someone. Speaking of moving in with someone, there is a chance that some of you could be moving in with a person that they love, which again, I really like in June. 17th of June, Venus trines Neptune. Superb day for work. You're coming up with creative ideas. You're on fire. You're very imaginative. You're very inspired. But I'm like, there is also something going on at work. Something or someone. So someone's going behind your back in the workspace, very likely. Now, it could be a colleague. It could also be an employee if you have employees. It looks like they're kind of working on something behind your back that is probably going to interfere in some shape or form with the normal kind of daily functioning of your work. Is it likely to come to your attention also around the 17th of June, maybe day before, day after? Yes. Is there a chance that you might need to call someone out in the workspace? Yes. If you are a business owner, is there a chance that you might need to fire someone? Potentially. And I'm not saying make redundant, I'm saying fire, maybe because they've maybe engaged in like gross misconduct or something along those lines. Please, please, please be mindful of your tendency to overdo things from a pleasures perspective because that can have quite the intense effect upon your health. So if you're going for after work drinks with colleagues, I mean, again, this is your decision. You have free will, my dear Pisces, but remember that sometimes what feels like a sort of innocent kind of pleasure or like an innocuous thing may have very strong effects. Just as an FYI. 19th of June, Chiron goes into Taurus until the 18th of September in your third house. This transit can be a little bit difficult for siblings. It can also be difficult for like cousins, neighbors. So they might be kind of like struggling over the next few months. There might also be something that is not necessarily working as you want it to work from a car and transportation perspective. Maybe it's also got something to do with your commute. It's not as easy as it used to be. So you might need to find alternative solutions. Also, the communication with some people may sometimes feel a bit harder than it historically was. I feel like you're trying to tread carefully in order to not hurt their sense of self-worth and self-esteem. And I think that is a good decision. I will just say it. The sun goes into Cancer 21st of June for the next month. It once again illuminates your children's sector, fun sector, passions and hobbies sector, and so on. And creative self-expression, by the way. 25th of June, Venus trines Saturn. Fantastic day to sign work contracts, to make a payment, to attract like a long-term client from a work perspective, to say yes to employment opportunities, to deliver a piece of work that you've been kind of building up on, that you've been focusing on for quite some time. The feedback's going to be fantastic. Also a great day for an interview, a great day to schedule, maybe also the day before and the day after, to schedule an important appointment health-wise. It feels like you've also been making some big progress from the health perspective, and whatever it is that you're paying for is working. So if you've been paying for acupuncture, if you've been getting your teeth fixed or whatnot, it's working. It's working. It's like, it's money well spent. 28th of June, Mars goes into Gemini in your 4th house until the 11th of August. Now, this is one transit that's probably going to be extra difficult because of Mercury going retrograde. So Mercury is going to be retrograde, and it's the ruler of Gemini from the 29th of June until the 23rd of July. It looks like you're going to have lots of action at home with Mars in your 4th house, but that action is going to involve paying. I'm going to say that again. Making payments for home-related matters that you thought you had dealt with. So they could be old issues that are coming back to your attention. They could be issues connected with your living situation, with your children's living situation, issues connected with, I don't know, like children sort of, I want to say destroying something around the house, which I know, again, it sounds like the most sort of like simplistic line of thought, but kids do that. They break things. So things could break around the house, especially there is a high chance of things breaking around the house around the 4th of July, a few days before, a few days after, when Uranus is having a meeting with Mars. Now, Mars in the 4th house can also make people a little bit accident prone. Now, I'm not saying you, because Mars is not your chart ruler. Other people in the house, your kids, your parents. I would make a recommendation, and again, take it or leave it, that maybe you pass on the information to your kids and to your parents, maybe also to your in-laws, that they be extra careful so that they don't do anything risky, dangerous, so that they don't inadvertently hurt themselves around the house, especially around the 4th of July. Maybe also a few days before, a few days after. There is a chance that you might need to like jump in, deal with an emergency. You're probably going to do that very well, but I think you'd rather not. So if you maybe can give them a heads up, I think that would be fantastic, my dear Pisces. We also have a full moon in Capricorn, 29th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating your 11th house, 5th house axis. Again, to me, this says there is some sort of an issue, some sort of a crisis, and it could be a financial crisis. It could be a financial problem. So maybe that's not necessarily the worst problem to have. I mean, it would probably be worse if it were a health thing connected with children. So maybe children are going through a financial crisis. You need to kind of come in, step in, pay for something. Maybe they need like something to be replaced on their end. There is a possibility that children might be struggling with their self-worth and self-esteem around this time. And you might come in and recommend that they leave a group of people behind, or that they no longer hang out with a group of people. Children in particular may have a difficult kind of time with friends around this time. There is a possibility you might also not be very thrilled with who they spend their time with, and come in and kind of be a little extra kind of like heavy-handed and say, no, you can no longer see these people. I mean, I don't know if that works with kids, with teenagers especially. It probably doesn't work. So I'm not a parent. I'll leave you to it, Pisces. But you may want to come in and be extra kind of heavy-handed and say, I'm no longer kind of subsidizing your your passions and hobbies, or paying for certain things if you keep on spending time with these people who are a bad influence on your children's life is probably going to be at the top of your mind around this time. Now, some of you may not have kids. And you might be thinking, okay, how can this full moon affect me? It's probably not a fun time when it comes to your social life. So you might be very frustrated with someone. You might be very frustrated with a friend. You might be very frustrated with a community. You may even decide, Pisces, to leave behind a community or to no longer spend that much time with someone who's been historically a good friend, but for whatever reason, they're now going down a different path and your values are no longer aligned, and it feels blatantly obvious. If you are going to any sort of social function or occasion, please keep an eye around the 29th of June on your wallet, on your belongings. There is a chance that they might be stolen. They might be, I was about to say taken. They might be taken away. They might be stolen. They might be misplaced. There is a possibility that they might also be damaged. So if you're going to, I don't know, like a rave or a party, don't wear the nice shoes. Again, I know there's there are worse problems to have, but if you like your stuff, then consider yourselves warned, Pisces. And last but not least, 30th of June, this is a transit that I've talked about quite in depth in the 2026 All Signs webinar forecast that I did together with Anastasia at the end of 2025, which is, by the way, available to purchase on my website as a recording, as a replay. Jupiter is going into Leo in your 6th house of day-to-day work. Now, this is fantastic, my lovely Pisces, from a work perspective. It's probably going to bring you ample work opportunities. It's going to make you super busy over the next year until July of 2027. Have a think about how your work sector changed, how it expanded, how it grew between July 2014 until August of 2015, because that's the last time when Jupiter was in Leo. When I experienced Jupiter transiting my 6th house, I vividly remember getting, I feel like saying in my previous life, but it's not necessarily in my previous life. It's in my previous career. I got the best paying job of my career so far up until that point. I was working in advertising, social media, etc. And I got my best paying job ever in that particular field. And further down the line, I also got promoted. And it was also so much work. I worked a lot. I mean, I work a lot now also, but I work for myself. At that time, I was working for others. So the 6th house is kind of connected with employment more than anything else. So if you're looking for new job opportunities, boy, Pisces risings, they will come. They will come. Take advantage over the next year. There is probably going to be an opportunity to also change your job. It could be internally. It could be externally. I can tell you it's probably going to feel like it's going to bring extra money, abundance, prosperity, and so on. You can also expand upon your services. So the services that you offer to others throughout this 1 year period with Jupiter in the 6th house. The 6th house is also connected with pets. So if you're open to having pets in your life, Jupiter in the 6th house can indeed bring more pets over the next year. I will say though, if there are any health issues that you haven't been paying attention to, that have been lingering, I've noticed this to be kind of historically the trend. The 6th house is also the house of health. If you haven't been taking care of things, they will be amplified by Jupiter in the 6th house. They will be amplified. You will probably not be able to ignore them. So Jupiter really wants you to be wise. It wants you to grow in terms of wisdom. And in this case, it may want you to grow and be wise. Wisdom, wise. Like, what am I saying? Wisdom, wise and wisdom, they are related. Jupiter may want you to grow in terms of knowledge when it comes to how you look after yourselves, health-wise. So that's this transit. Folks, I really want to thank you for tuning in for your June horoscope. It is my pleasure. It is always a joy to do these horoscopes for you, to do these forecasts for you. Don't forget that you can also work with me one-to-one. I am a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients one-to-one on a day-to-day basis. And you can book a personal reading with me via my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. There's also an emergency reading option in case you cannot wait the kind of regular amount of time that it generally takes for us to meet from the moment when you make the booking, which is a few weeks' time to maybe a month and a half, depending on how far ahead I'm booked. There is also an emergency reading option in case you're looking for answers immediately, in case you're at a crossroads now and you're dealing with a time-sensitive issue. Thank you for choosing me as your internet mom. I know it's such a cringe thing to say sometimes, but my Cancer rising loves it. As your astrologer of choice, I do not take you for granted one second. Do let us know in the comments how this month goes for you. I'm very excited for June because well, I'm gonna be honest, because of Jupiter in Leo for the most part. That is where my natal Jupiter is. I'm going to go through my Jupiter return. I'm going to start my Jupiter return. So that is very, very cool. Let us know how June goes for you. Give us updates. I love it when people come back to the horoscope and say, oh, this did not initially make sense, but XYZ happened around the 4th of June when you said this, and that. So I love those kinds of updates. I do want to apologize in advance if I don't manage to respond to every single comment, because there are so many, but I do read every single one of them. I want to reassure you on that. If you're also active on Instagram and TikTok, but mostly on Instagram, that's where I hang out. Do give me a follow. Rux Unbelievable, in one word, Rux Unbelievable. I also post personal stuff, so if you want to see what I get up to on a day-to-day basis, here and there, every now and then. And I will warn you, there is a lot of workout-related content that I share. Rux Unbelievable. That is my only Instagram handle. If you like my content, don't forget to give it a like, a subscribe, turn on the notifications button so that you get that notification when I post new videos. Share these with your friends, and you can also make a donation to my channel via the thanks button underneath the video. Once again, thank you for joining us, and I will see you next time. Bye.